Namtha. Namtha. Namthas.
Yes, Rocky.
I'm fine.
Siyaphila kunjani?
Uvukekile.
Ya kuvukekile.
Okay, linjani nyawo?
Hayi nyawo li-right.
Okay. Ngisenza coffee fast.
Sure.
Stop.
Morning, King. Morning, everybody.
Morning, Honorable Msiza.
Morning, morning, morning.
Recording in progress.
Good morning, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. Good morning, I see the DM is in the meeting. Good morning, our DG, Nemanzini. I see the CEO is in the meeting. Good morning. Our colleagues from the Office of the Minister and our Secretariat. Allow me to open this meeting officially as I welcome you all in the meeting. And the purpose of this meeting is the same one that we normally have when we deal with the issues that are assisting the members of the community out there, the issues that will end up uplifting their lives. So that is the purpose of today's meeting. On that note, I would want to request our secretary to talk to the item of the apologies if ever we do have. Over to you, Secretary.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members on the platform. Good morning, TM. Good morning, Chairperson of the SETFA. Good morning, DG. Good morning, colleagues, both from the department and from Parliament. Thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity and for welcoming us into the meeting. The apologies that you have received, it is an apology of the Minister who is within the cabinet meeting. So believe that she has assigned Deputy Minister to lead the delegation. And then also we have an apology of Honorable Nkobeni, who indicated that she is traveling. However, as soon as she lands, she will log into the meeting. Those are the two apologies, and also the standing apology of Honorable Powell and the one of Honorable Nkosul Tuli. However, he follows the meeting because he records all the operation and the undertaking of the meeting. Next chairperson in the platform so far, we have accepted Honorable Matulelo, Honorable Malimaja, Honorable Bilankulu, Honorable Mulozane, Honorable Kruger, Honorable Jaba. So hoping that Honorable Fakhane, she's still going to log in. So those are the apologies, as well as the members of the committee who are in the platform. On the side of the department, also just joined now, Honorable Sapo. And then on the side of the department, we have the DM, we have DM Sitole, DG Manzini, and then with the DDGs and the CFOs, I cannot call all of them by names. And then we have now also joined by Honorable Mafakhane and Honorable Sapo. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Secretary. We would really want to continue.
Sorry.
Yes.
And Honorable Singh.
Okay, I saw her. I was going to mention her name. Thank you very much. We'll continue to acknowledge the standing apology of Honorable Bowell and Honorable Nkosili Tuli, and also to continue to wish them a speed recovery, so that wherever they are, God must just touch them and they be healed and come back to work. I also want to send my greetings to the chairperson of SEDPA. I forgot to mention that when I was naming our people from the department. Honorable Mahaiji and Honorable Balungili, you are also welcomed. Thank you very much. We are on the item that deals with consideration and adoption of the meeting agenda. Can I see by a show of hand? As I requested the members to adopt the agenda of the meeting. I see Honorable Kruger, over to you, sir.
Madam Chair, I move that we adopt the agenda as presented to us.
Thank you very much. Honorable Kruger has moved that we adopt the agenda. I see the hand of Dr. Malimaja. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to you, everybody on the platform, South Africa at large. I stand to second the move to adopt the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Malimaja, seconded. So we can now go to the next item, the item that deals with the briefing on the 2025-26 quarter one performance report of the Department of Small Business Development. I am going to leave everything in the hands of the Deputy Minister, and then thereafter the Deputy Minister will then, after opening or remarking on the presentation, then will then allow our DG to take us through. Thank you very much. Over to you, Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and good morning to everybody on the platform, honorable members, our DG, the Chairperson of SETFA, senior management, and colleagues on this platform. Indeed, we are grateful for this opportunity to present the quarter one performance of the Department of Small Business Development and our implementing agency, SETFA. Honorable Chairperson, allow me once again to echo the apology from the Minister due to a cabinet meeting, which we are all aware takes place on Wednesdays. Also, Chairperson, as I move on the outset to express our appreciation to the Portfolio Committee for its continued oversight, guidance and support as we collectively pursue our shared mandate to unlock the full potential of South Africa's small business and cooperative sector as a driver of inclusive growth, job creation, and social transformation. The first quarter of the financial year marks the foundation for implementing our annual performance plan. It is a period where our planning translates into measurable action. In this regard, the department continued to advance its strategic priorities, which is supporting township and rural enterprises through targeted interventions, reducing regulatory barriers, and simplifying business registration and licensing processes, enhancing access to finance and markets for our medium micro enterprises and cooperatives, and driving implementation of the National Integrated Small Enterprise Development Master Plan. Chairperson, as we present our performance this morning, we are mindful of both our achievements and the challenges that persist. The quarter reflects progress in key areas such as the rollout of financial and non-financial support to small enterprises, strengthening institutional capacity, and deepening partnerships across spheres of government and the private sector. However, we also recognize that the pace of impact must accelerate, especially in addressing barriers that continue to hinder small business growth, particularly in township and rural economies. Honorable members and Honorable Chairperson, the department remains committed to a culture of accountability, transparency, and performance excellence. We value this engagement as a critical platform to reflect honestly on our progress, to learn, and to strengthen our delivery capacity in line with the medium-term strategic framework. As we proceed with the detailed presentation from both the department and SETFA, we welcome your insights and guidance to ensure that our collective efforts translate into real change on the ground for entrepreneurs, cooperatives, and small business across our nation. Honorable Chair, I would like to then hand over to our DG and the officials and our agency SETFA to give detailed presentations on our quarter 1 performance. Thank you, honorable members and Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our Deputy Minister. After the Department of Small Business, then we'll listen to SETFA. All the presentation will be done at the same time, and then thereafter we'll then interrogate the presentation. Thank you very much. Over to the department.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and also to all the committee members and Deputy Minister and my colleagues on the platform, and also Chairperson of SETFA and the other colleagues and the CEO. Chairperson, I apologize upfront, my voice very sick with flu, but I will be able to take us through the presentation just in case I'm disturbed a little bit on the way, but there will be a plan B. Thank you, Chair. That is our presentation, as DM has said, for Q1. What is on the screen is the outline of what you are going to be dealing with. I don't want to read that so that I spend more time with the actual content. Let's proceed. Thank you. Chairperson, as we know that we are presenting the Q1, and we're also explaining how it is regulated and why we are here. And this particular performance, it reflects the progress that we have made so far of output indicators and our annual targets that are the table 2025-2026 annual performance in respect of Q1, this is Q1 that we are presenting today. And it will touch on the actual output, and where we have not achieved, we'll touch on the deviation, the corrective measures of how we want to correct, which some of them have already been corrected because we are already done with also Q2, the human resource report, and also the financial report that our CFO will take us through. Let's proceed. On the issue of the governance and compliance, those are the meetings that have taken place, and that we do adhere and making sure that these meetings, they do take place, and we do have the meetings where these reports are discussed and decisions are made as per the governance and compliance. Let's continue. The overall performance of the department is for Q1, we're standing at 90%, administration 100%, sector policy and research 86%, because of for Q1 they were 7 targets, they achieved only 6. For integrated cooperatives and micro enterprise development, quarterly target 6, they achieved 1. I mean, they achieved 5 and they didn't achieve 1, so they had 83%. Enterprise development and innovation, the EDI branch, they had 8, they achieved 7, they didn't achieve 1. And all in all, of all the 29, we achieved 26, we didn't achieve 3. And that counted, the one we didn't achieve counted for 10%, the one we achieved counted for 90%. Let's proceed. So this is the performance summary for 25-26 Q1, which shows us from 2021, 2022, 2023, up until now, in terms of where we are in Q1. For instance, it does also show that for Q1 in 2024, 2025, by this time we're at 91%. Now we are at 90%. Let's proceed. And if you look at 2023, 68%. If you look at 2022, 55%. In 2021, 54%. We see some improvement. Let's proceed. And the performance highlight that we have is that we manage again to pay suppliers 100% of valid creditors within the 30 days. The invoices that were paid, and we mark valid. Valid is when everything is in order. We are able to then pay immediately. And again, during this quarter under review, we were able to spend 755.8 million against the projection of 735.4 million, which resulted in 20.4 million, which was a variance of 2.7%. The department will also achieve 53.3% in female representation during Q1, and we all know the national target is about 50%, so we surpassed that. And consultation with the portfolio was conducted towards the portfolio integrated engagement, awareness, and communication strategy approval, because we needed to strengthen this particular communication strategy to make sure that we cover all the relevant areas that we needed to cover. So there was also a media briefing for the spaza shop that was held. This media briefing, they assist to also reach all the South Africans that we can't reach when because also when we travel, we need to plan as to where we need to go. But when it is a media briefing, people are able to access that. They even access it post the event. There was also an article that was issued to profile the work of the department so that people can know more than just profiling, but for giving information. Also 9 community and stakeholder engagement that were presented. And again, the CSF engagement that with the minister that was supported. And we also saw one law and regulation that poses admin burden to MSME that was recommended for reform. And there are lots and lots of them, but there was for the quarter, there was one of them that we dealt with. It is the one on the issue of the 30-day payment. We supported 10 municipalities with the adoption of the e-registration. It's a list of long 10 municipalities. Your Mtanjeni local municipality, John Taulo, Pixley, Kaseme, Siatemba, and so on. So those are the ones that we identified. There are about 10. I'm not going to count all of them. Also, there was consultation report and approval by relevant branches on the research to be carried. So here we, as a department, we don't just go and just decide that there must be research. We consult and look at topics, and we look at topics that we know that these particular topics are going to allow us to be able to research and get information that will help us as an organization. For instance, in Q1, we identified the topic that were two topics, which was enhancing MSMEs' access to markets in South Africa, which is a study that of high demand products and services in domestic economy. The second one was the one of comprehensive review of the MSME support programs within the national departments and provincial departments of economic development. So those are the topics that vigorously went through different structures for us to be able to deal with. Then the support needs mapping and stakeholder consultation report for enterprises in the cannabis priority industries in the primary sector that was drafted and approved. And there is work that is currently underway on this particular space. And also the value chain assessment concept notes. Let's proceed. In terms of also of the highlight, we set ourselves as at the target of 75 products that were manufactured and services rendered by MSMEs that were linked to domestic markets, and and we managed to do 80, which was more than the 75 that we have set. So there was also the stakeholder consultation that were conducted towards the attaining the compliance instrument, also to the Public Procurement Act by state organs and indicators in line with National Treasury regulation, and that was developed and approved. Also, a total number of 36, I have the list of them if it's needed, of 36 MSMEs that were exposed to global markets opportunities during the period under review. So there is also progress report on the implementation of the approved business infrastructure project that was presented at Exco. We also supported 528 informal business through the IMEDP. And the project on the portfolio digital transformation strategy was also developed, and also the mapping that was developed towards the national policy framework on the incentive for small enterprises, and that was also approved. So consultation with key stakeholders were conducted for fund of funds implementation, a plan that was developed for also for approval, and also the startup issue paper and concept note were approved during the period under review. There was also this consultation report with key stakeholders that was conducted towards the national enterprise strategy, the incubation and business development services, also the progress report on the departmental financial and non-financial program that was reviewed and redesigned so that it could be performance-based monitoring programs, and that resulted in a revised program guidelines that were approved. The next slide. The post-event meeting with Proudly SA, because we also have partnered with Proudly SA, and this report on the 2025 Buy Local Summit and Expo that was held, and we were also part of that. And then there was also a BRICS meeting, which included the third BRICS partnership on the group economic and trade issues, the state visit, and also France Investment Summit in France, and then also the Algeria MOU. So there's also the standardization indicators at the PCF, and also positively considered by provincial economic head of departments. The PCF is a provincial coordinating forum, and it comprises of ourselves, it comprises of CETFA executives, but all the 9 HODs of economic development in all the 9 provinces, and is chaired by the DG of Small Business Development, where we discuss strategic issues that are affecting MSMEs. And there was also the approved progress report, which identified relevant stakeholders in the sector for the development of the feminine hygiene incubator, which is the Lindiwe sanitary pad, And here we're working with the Department of Women and also the DTIC. The concept note was developed for the research agenda review, which I've already spoken about. And there were 5 GOD events that were attended, and they are listed there. I'm not going to go to them one by one. They are on the screen. There was also the IMED handover of equipment in Q1 in Mthatha, Knysna, City of Cape Town. Then the National Presidential MSMEs and Cooperative Awards concept document and the implementation plan was drafted because that was the requirement for Q1 and submitted for minister. Then the business case for the establishment of the Office of the Small Enterprise Ombuds was submitted to National Treasury and the DPSA, and we received the response from National Treasury in terms of what they can do and what they cannot do, but we're still waiting for DPSA to come back to us. And we conducted this Spaza Shop awareness workshop for official municipalities on the this awareness. Please proceed. Areas of underachievement. It's the business licensing bill. It was an underachievement, and the reason for that was the delay in receiving the feedback from the state law advisors. The OXLA was the main reason for us not achieving. We submitted the licensing bill for review and certification on 6 May 2025, but only received the response on 20 June 2025 beyond the expected 30-day turnaround time. This delayed the clarification of the issues between the DSPD and OXLA and consequently delayed the start of the public consultation. But the corrective measure was that as a department, we'll have meetings with OXLA to clarify the outstanding issues, and then that the delay, the comment for the quarter was that the delay in receiving OXLA's feedback significantly impacted the progress towards the meeting of Q1. However, the good news is that there was work that then continued here. On the 3rd of September, Cabinet approved the business licensing bill for consultation. On the 16th of September, Minister approved the government notice to publish the bill in the Government Gazette. And then on the 26th of September, the bill was published in Government Gazette for 30 days for the public to comment. And then on the 27th of October, the 30 days lapsed for the public comments, and we received 19 submissions, and we also received 5 submissions requesting for extension. And we are in the process of looking at the issue of the extension so that we can give everybody an opportunity, but that can only happen after we have submitted. As a department, we are drafting to the minister to get that type of request once that is done so that we can be able to extend, because there is no harm in actually extending it. Then we'll use the period of, our plan was to use October and November because we already started of holding consultation workshop with the public to also continue to seek inputs. So that is where we are. So because we are presenting Q1, the rates have been somehow addressed as we move to Q2. This was Q1. We are now done with Q2. We're moving to Q3. Again, on the 4 market intelligence report, again, this particular target is being attended to, and we are not anticipating any further delays. Again, on number 3, on the township and rural MSME is supported with asset assist. The reason for deviation here is that the asset assist program was in the design phase. We were redesigning it and received approval in the first quarter of 2025-20. So in this particular quarter, instead of us dispersing, we were still we were doing the issue of the redesigning. And the corrective measure was that the application call will occur at the end of Q2 with the disbursements scheduled for Q3 and Q4. And I should be, when I come back, be reporting positive feedback. Let's proceed. On human resource, the department, we managed to reduce the vacancy rate by 0.3% over the reporting period. A total of 18 appointments were made. However, only 5 of these contributed to the reduction. The reason for that is that if you appoint internal, move someone from one point to the next, it does not count. So because this permanent, these were permanent within the approved establishment. And then again, during the same period, again, this is something I always report on. Again, during the same period, 23. I said we appointed 18, but 23 terminations were recorded, with 4 impacting the vacancy rate due to their alignment with the permanent post. And I've said above, 5 of the appointments contributed positively in assisting us to reduce the vacancy rate. Then again, I'm saying 4 impacted us. So there's always, and it's 18 vis-a-vis 23 and 5 vis-a-vis 4. Let's proceed. And the women I have explained in terms of the number, we are at 53.3, and the national rate or target is 50, which we are currently doing well as an organization. Let's proceed. Persons with disability during the reporting period, the department slightly the department slightly increased the representation of persons with disabilities to 4.3%. This was due to the appointment of 1 person with a disability. Proceed to say. May I please hand over to our CFO to quickly take us through the financial report. Through you, Chairperson. Thank you.
You may proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you, DG. Good morning to honorable members, our minister, and everyone on the platform. In terms of the resources that we had for the quarter, we had drawn down 755.8 million, and we were able to spend 735.4 million with a variance of 20 million. 0.4, which is 97.3%, and a variance of 2.7%, as DG indicated earlier. The same performance in terms of economic classification, we had projected to spend 65.8 million, and we spent 64.2, resulting in a variance of 1.6 million. And in terms of actual expenditure, we had 97.5% and a variance of 2.5%. Goods and services, we projected to spend 40.7 million, and we were only able to spend just under 27 million with a variance of 13.8 million, which is 66.1% and a variance of 33.9%. Transfers and subsidies, which takes up the biggest chunk of our cash flows. We had 647 million. We were able to spend 643 million with a variance of 3.4 million, and the actual expenditure translating to 99.5% and a variance of 0.5%. Capital assets, we had projected to spend 2.3 million. We were able to spend 653,000 with an underperformance of 1.6 million, resulting in the actual expenditure of 28.6 and a variance of 71.4%. The reason for the performance, if you could kindly go to the next slide. As DG indicated, we still do have vacancies. However, our cash flow for the quarter was aligned such that we spend most of the money that we had in line with the vacant posts that were filled at the time. And the increase in expenditure is attributed to the new officials that were appointed, additional to establishment. Whilst goods and services, in terms of monetary, contributed the most underperformance at 13.8 million. The programs that we support that are embedded in the goods and services budget, being experts and IMET, contribute experts. It's where we expose our enterprises to international markets. And IMED is the program that we support the informal businesses with. Underperformed in terms of the projections that we had made in that aspect, which is implemented through SETFA. We could not advance the funds that we had projected in the quarter, whilst we received fewer claims than we had anticipated during that quarter. In terms of the transfers and subsidies, as indicated, the amount is 3.3 that we underperformed in, and it is because we were processing and finalizing the memorandums of agreement with the different provincial agencies for the craft customized sector program, whilst in terms of the capital expenditure, that 1.6 that I referred to, 1.6 million that I referred to earlier, is on the basis of computer equipment that we had ordered and was yet to be delivered. That in the main covers the financial performance, and as per the norm, we do appraise the portfolio committee members on on progress made on audit findings, even though this is water under the bridge on the basis of the report that was made before the PC on the annual performance. We thought it prudent to still close off on the matters that we were following up on in the 24-25 financial year, based on the 23-24 audit, as well as the 22-23 matter that was being targeted. We addressed all the issues that AGSA had made findings on from the 23-24 financial year, but we still have one issue around the filling of vacancies, as well as continuously creating awareness around DSPD products and service offerings. As DG indicated earlier around recruitment, we are striving to fill posts, but at times we do find ourselves promoting from within, which almost creates no traction on our end in terms of reducing the vacancies, but we do remain committed to filling the vacancies. And as DG indicated earlier, we do have, we make efforts in creating awareness around the products and services that we provide to the public. Through you, Chairperson, let me thank you, DG. That covers my portion.
DG.
Chair, here is the overall performance by program. Please move to the next slide. But there are things that I've already, most of them that I've already spoken to in terms of the work that we are doing. I've already touched on these areas when I was dealing with the issue of the highlights. So from your paying of 30 days to the budget spending, to female SMS, and also the portfolio, the engagements, the awareness, communication strategy. I also spoke about that. The next slide, please. I also spoke about the media briefing. I spoke, Chair, about the articles that we have issued, community and stakeholder engagement. Please proceed. Again, in program 2, Chairperson, very high level, I spoke about the number of laws. For Q1, we identified one, which is the one that I spoke about of the National Treasury regulation, the payment, the 30 days, that was identified and it was achieved. And also a number of municipalities that I spoke about, that there are about 10 that we assisted with e-registration, although we targeted 5. So we were doing very well. Let's proceed. And again, for Q1, I explained at length on the issue of the business licensing and what we are doing to address that. We are at the final stage where we are looking at whether to extend that period of comments. And the issue of the research report, again, we were able to achieve. Let's proceed. The issue of the cannabis enterprise achieved value chain was achieved on the priority industry in the secondary sector and also priority industry in the tertiary sector. Let's proceed. And in program 3, again, the number of products manufactured, we were supposed to do 75, we did 80, I mentioned. Compliance instrument on the Public Procurement Act achieved because we're supposed to have stakeholder consultations. Number of MSMEs exposed to global, we set ourselves 20, and we did 36 for Q1. We also overachieved there. Let's proceed. Number of market intelligence, I explained that we didn't achieve this, but in collaboration with the sector policy and research branch, 2 branches working together, the report framework shall be finalized and the first report produced in the second quarter. We are on track. On the issue of the infrastructure, we were supposed to produce a progress report, and the progress report was approved, or was the progress was approved, and the projects were presented to EXCO. And on the number of informal business supported for Q1, we needed to have 500, and we were able to do 528 IMEDP. Proceed. The last program is program 4 on the digital transformation for Q1. We needed to produce a project plan, which was done. National policy framework, we needed to have a stakeholder mapping that was done. On the fund of funds, again, the stakeholders consultation that was done. And also the startup policy, we needed to have a startup issue paper, and that was done. To program, let's proceed. On the national entrepreneurship strategy, the consultation report was with stakeholders that happened, and the incubation and business development services that also happened. Let's proceed. And the number of progress reports, for the quarter under review, we were supposed to have a progress report on the departmental non-financial support, and that was done. And on the township and rural MSMEs assisted with asset assist, I've explained the process of how we're redesigning it to where we are, and that for Q3 and Q4 we should start to be seeing progress. And because for Q1 we're supposed to already for township and rural MSMEs assisted with asset assist support program to the value of 52 million. But we are playing catch up here, the implementation plan will assist. Let's proceed. The next slide. It is therefore recommended that the Portfolio Committee on Small Business Development notes the 2025-2026 Quarter 1 Performance Report on the Department of Small Business Development. Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, members. DM. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation, our DG, together with the CFO. Now we are in your hands, the Chairperson of SETFA, with your presentation. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you. And morning to the honorable members, our DM of the department and our DG, CEO of SETFA, and the rest of the colleagues from the portfolio. Good morning. Chair, we are here as the agency to table the Q1 results for SETFA. Chair, I can confirm that in Q1, it was not the best performance. We had achieved 52%. There were areas where we did very well, and there were areas that needed improvement. And I can confirm that those measures that needed to be put in place have been put in place, which was translated then by the performance in Q2, which will come and table before this committee, where there was an improvement up to 71%, just to show that we noted those areas and we put those measures in place. And with some of the additions to staff complement and other changes that were prohibiting us from doing the work that we need to do. There's still one or two areas that we still need to close, where we can write business in certain areas, pending certain approvals. So we still have those challenges, but the measures that needed to be in place were in place, and we're starting to see now the numbers telling a story. Q2 looks much better than Q1, but we are going to be then showcasing the Q1 results and then highlighting those areas that assisted us to get better numbers in Q2, and it's still work in progress there. We still need 100% performance at the end of the day. But I'll then, Chair, through you, hand over to our CEO, who will then go through the presentation and appraise the honorable committee, and then we will then take questions with your permission, Madam Chair. After that, thank you very much. May I then request the CE to be given a permission to flight our presentation and appraise the honorable members. Madam Chair, back to you. Thank you.
Yes, he may continue. CEO, but
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to you, Honorable Chair, and good morning to the honorable members, the DM, our Chair, the DG, and the colleagues. I will fly to the presentation for quarter one for I hope Chair, is it flighted?
yes.
Okay, thank you. Chairperson, I will then start and just yes, Chair, thank you. Chair, I will present the performance then of the first quarter. The chairperson has started and gave an opening. I have some technical challenges on my side, Chairperson, hence I'm checking if the screen is visible so that I can just proceed.
Please proceed.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. So we then, Chairperson, present the first quarter report for the quarter that ended in June 2025, representing the first 3 months of our operations as SEDFA, as an entity. Chairperson, we are presenting this at the back of these results at the back of slow economic growth. I think the slide just speaks to that and which then affects the performance of small businesses, and I'll speak to that when I get to the part that deals with our ability to collect and meet the targets on collections from on repayments by the small businesses that we finance. And the economic growth has not been then in the favor of small businesses in terms of making sure that we create viable and growing businesses, and that becomes a big problem. And obviously the high level of unemployment also results in has its own unintended consequences, where also you find that there are businesses which are started not because there's an intention to start that business, but because our people really have no option, and then it becomes our job to then train those and try and show them the way in terms of how entrepreneurship works. Hence, we've got some work that we need to do, a lot of it on entrepreneurship awareness and also on formalization, which some of the targets we may have missed during the quarter one, but we are good to go for in terms of what has happened in Q2. Chairperson, I wouldn't go much into the slides, except for just pointing out that there is a study that we've been really following, which is the FinFind study, Access to Finance 2025, which really we're taking some key lessons from it, and one of them is the fact that we've got 57.5 of the small businesses in the country that doesn't have collateral to access, to enable them to access funding. And our role then as an organization become bigger in terms of our cash flow based lending, but also in terms of the credit guarantee that we offer. It tells us that we need to expand that even much more further so that we can enable more small businesses to access funding, which is something that we are working on in terms of expanding our credit guarantee facilities, obviously with some of the challenges that I'll speak to later on. And that becomes key then in us changing our approach and being relevant in the economy that or within the sector that we are trying to serve. Chairperson, the chair of SETFA has alluded that we had, we have achieved on some of the deliverables, but we have some where we have to show and to do more improvement on, and further alluded to the fact that we have put some measures so much that by Q2, our performance has improved to about 71% compared to what we were able to achieve in Q1. We'll deliver those results to the committee, but we did put measures in place to improve the performance and close gaps where we needed to close the gaps. But safe to say, Chairperson, that with all that being said, this quarter was the inaugural quarter of SETFA in terms of the new strategy and the new APP, and getting that through also, and taking the employees through that was also one of the priorities. But we spend time embedding that and looking at processes and integrations to ensure that we have a better performance in the near future. And we did that groundwork during that Q1, and we can see the results of it by Q2, where there is quite a lot of improvement, and we continue to improve as an organization. But we had to look into that and look at the roles integration for employees, how we integrate that, and also looking at how to integrate reporting and systems within that first quarter, which was a lot of groundwork. But I think it's good that we laid that out for us then to be able to then continue operating as an entity. We still have quite a lot of work that we're doing from change management point of view, which we believe will continue over the next financial year, because we need to make sure that we create a stable organization, including issues of role changes, challenges around that, as we cannot continue to operate in silos, but we have to operate as one entity instead of the different entities. So there's a lot of back and forth and resistance, but we are working on that. And we believe that we will be over the line soon. We have said this is the only year where we'll have to deal with those things and bed them and put them to bed and be able then to proceed as an organization. So, Chairperson, despite all that, we are proud to say that we are able to support about 59,205 businesses within the first quarter of the financial year, with 33,482 of that coming from our capacity building, advisory services, training, coaching, mentorship, readiness for access to market, productivity improvement, all those services that we offer. Amongst others, we supported 33,482 small businesses within the country on that non-financial support that I've mentioned. And also from a financial point of view, we then were able to reach out and support 25,723 businesses within the country within the first quarter. And this is our contribution towards reaching out to more small businesses in the country. So as I said, there are areas that we did well, which talked to really the impact that we needed to do in terms of the economy. We are also proud to say that on the disbursements, we were able to inject 675.5 million into the economy of the country within the first quarter, which was way above the target that we had set. And I'll show that when I get to the targets versus planned. And this is important, Chair, in terms of the mandate that we have, because what determines our impact in the economy is on the money that really does leave the organization, also leave our partners, together with our partners that we have in the space, to then inject into the economy and to assist small businesses. And that is really the core of it. And I will show how we've outperformed, and we performed above the targets as far as that is concerned. We also, Chair, from a development impact point of view, we are also proud to say that of the 675.5 million, 572.3 million of that went into Black-owned businesses, with 316.2 million of that going to women-owned businesses. 316 million of the 675 was spent on women-owned businesses. Further, the organization strengthening or showing its position and the strength in supporting women-owned businesses in the country, which is something that we are proud of as an organization. We also, Chair, were able to also do 137.1 million into the youth-owned businesses. And as we always say, I will talk to how we're creating a pipeline now to fund more youth businesses internally, or now that we are a merged organization. And we also say that of the 675 million, 309 of it, if you categorize it, then went into the rural areas, which is also our emphasis to make sure that there is growth and the sustainability, but also, that the small, even the micro businesses in the rural areas do get the funding and also do get to survive and provide for their families, which contributes further to poverty alleviation within the rural areas. And we do this together with our partners. I won't spend much time here. This is just a breakdown also of the non-financial support on how we spent it across different segments, with obviously most of it going to Black-owned enterprises. But you can see that from a non-financial support point of view, there is a target to support even much more youth-owned businesses, which is very, very critical for us. And we're creating our own pipeline then as a merged entity, for the youth-owned businesses, so that we're able to fund them. But we need to first, nurture them, get them to be trained and so forth before we can get them to the mainline. So those are things that we're doing to create pipeline for the future for the organization. Chairperson, in looking at, that's why I'm saying our performance then should not be just looked as a number, but also as the impact that we've been able to achieve in the different segments, including Black-owned businesses, women-owned businesses, rural-owned businesses, and the injection in terms of cash into the economy, into the hands of these small businesses. So Chairperson, our Chairperson of the board explained the slide. I won't take more, but let me go into the details explaining it even much more further. Chairperson, I was just saying here, we are reporting to the committee on 5 programs that have different indicators. So formally, when we report and come to the committee, we have to go through what we've been able to achieve under program 1, program 2, all the way to program 5. Program 1 mostly dealing with our ecosystem development management, which is one of the mandates that we have, and program 2 dealing with business development support services, including the pre-investment, and then program 3 dealing specifically with the lending part of the institution, and program 4 dealing mostly with the capital management to make sure that we've got a solid entity that is able to run in the near future, and Program 5 dealing mostly with administration, which is more corporate support services. And I will unpack then what we've been able to achieve under each program. As I said, the chairperson touched on this slide. The chairperson of SETFA touched on this slide. Under Program 1 then, which is ecosystem development and management, we had indicators that were due in Q1 and some of them that were due in other quarters. So we report on the ones that were due in Q1, and with clear output indicators. And under the partnership that we needed to onboard, and partnerships are very important for us because these assist us to ensure that small businesses benefit from the different partnership, be it ESD partnerships. You know, we do then get our small businesses to benefit from that. Whatever ESD partnership that we sign, we then allocate small businesses to be partners in that partnership. But we do partnerships really for the reason of opening up opportunities for small businesses. We do not do a partnership just for our own benefit only, but we do more of them for the benefit of the small businesses. We're able to achieve that. Quarterly target was 5. We're able to do 6, achieving 120% of that target. We also, what was true is the one that is on 1.5, which is making sure that we digitalize and that we have the partners then that we have reporting on the centralized technology platform. We've been able to get them in, and we've been able to achieve the target for the quarter, sitting at 41% of that versus the 10% that we had thought we'd be able to do, because it is important that we have the data and we can see who's performing and not performing within the partners that we have. Chairperson, on the last one under the ecosystem was the corporate communications and marketing strategy, which we're not able to achieve. We developed terms of reference to start this work. However, so as a result, we're not able to achieve what we had set for Q1, which said that the target was that the strategy must be developed and must be finalized. So that we're not able to do. However, we are glad to say that even though we had prepared to go to the market, but when the new executive for strategy started on the 1st of July, immediately after the quarter had ended, she was very clear that this strategy, she will be able to develop it in-house and save funds, and she's done that. We are happy to say that the strategy was then approved in Q2, and we are then implementing that strategy as an organization, which shows that as we continue to hire and get more resources, we are able then to implement, as we have been proactively hiring at the executive level, with some of the executives coming in also in Q2, and we're expecting some to join us again and now in Q3 in our drive to make sure that we do not have acting executives at the top, but to stabilize the entity. I think we had 2 coming Q2. We have 3, we have 2 again coming this quarter of Q3, and we continue to stabilize this organization, because when we started, we had everyone acting and we didn't have permanent executives in these positions. But we've moved swiftly within the period of 12 months to get some of the executives to advertise, adjudicate, interview, and we have some of the executives then coming through, which is a pace that we want to keep to make sure that then we fill in all vacancies, even below chairperson. So that is what I wanted to just engage on that, Honorable Chair and Honorable members. Then under Program 2, which is business development support, we have been able to overachieve on some of the indicators with a lot of improvement on some of the indicators. We had a new indicator in the quarter, which is more of formalization support, formalizing businesses. We had a target of 2,000, we're able to do 784 as we started, which was 34%. But I am happy to say that in the second quarter, we were able then to achieve the target, and we're looking to then strengthen that more and formalize more businesses that we have that are not formalized within the economy. On entrepreneurship awareness, as I said, there is a problem of unemployment, which calls for us to then run more entrepreneurship awareness sessions to make sure that whoever wants to start a business, they are well informed and they know what to do and where to go when they want to start a business, including compliance issues. So we're able to achieve that target and exceed that target, sitting at 126%. We're also able to achieve a target of the small businesses that we assisted with business development support that are based in township and rural areas, sitting at 153% in terms of achieving that target. Again, with an intention of creating in the future a strong pipeline from the under 2.1.4, which is the indicator that talks to number of youth-owned small enterprises supported to access funding. This is where I was saying we've been struggling with this as an organization, but now that we're together, there's a lot of work that we're trying to put now in getting the young people ready to start businesses, and we're able then to reach up to 6,167 small businesses against the target of 200, because we are serious on this target, and we want to achieve more so that future we do not come to the committee and say we are not meeting this youth target, as we've been saying. So probably starting from Q4, we should see a different a picture as far as youth funded businesses as we start focusing on this segment. And again, on urban area businesses that are supported, we're able to meet this target. As I move to the next chairperson, still under program 2, which is business development support. As I said, this was an area of improvement, 2.1.6. We're able to then Q2 do some of the work, but in Q1 we're not able to do this, but we did a lot of diagnostic assessment on the cooperatives to inform the intervention that we needed to roll out, so that we make sure that the businesses are also ready for this intervention, and also us making sure that it is still in the correct form and we're able to roll it out efficiently and effectively. So, but in Q2 we've improved in terms of that, and we shall continue doing so for the remainder of the year. On the incubation, we're able to support and exceed the target at 153%. And then the number of jobs created within the pre-investment stage then goes without saying, because of the lack of achievement in some of the areas, and then the jobs created, we had a target of 1,060. We're able to create 873 on the pre-investment support. And we then were able to sustain a lot of jobs through the interventions that we made in that space, and overachieving the target at 125% of the target. That is on jobs sustained, even though we missed out on the created jobs by 18%. Chairperson, getting to the final part of program 2, which is business development. I spoke about the issue of collections with a target of 85% on collections. We achieved 76%. Meaning that we are at 89% of that target in terms of collections. This again, we continue to engage small businesses, and some of them are really struggling in terms of making sure that they're able to do full payments on this matter. We are, however, Chair, working with them to ensure that we do not just foreclose, but we are very patient on some of the businesses that are not able to pay. 76% was then collected from the debit orders that we had raised on this space. But as I said, there is a strong view that the economic growth is not strongly supporting the sustainability of the small businesses, but we'll continue to work with them, find ways and solutions for them to be able to repay the funding that they've taken from us. Chairperson, on the priority sectors, businesses that we supported in the priority sectors as defined, we had a target of 22, we're able to achieve 21 of that, missing the target by just one business. But because we wanted to present also a true picture of what has happened, so we achieved 95% of that target. So we missed that by a small margin, but we know now, and we've been able to do corrective measures on some of these. On the training and mentorship, this is one that we really hardly miss. We continue to train, mentor, and coach the small businesses because there is a big need for us to do that in the economy. So we overachieved that at 132%. We also, on quality improvement and productivity improvement, we're not able to achieve those targets, and mainly because the agreement that we had with SAPS had expired, and there were delays in renewing that agreement before or by Q1. So then the work that SAPS normally does for us did not continue a lot in the quarter. So we, however, we made sure that that was done and renewed. And when we entered Q2, we then had an agreement, and then they were able to assist the small businesses in Q2, and then leading to us meeting those targets in Q2. But it's mainly delayed by the agreement that took long for us to finalize, obviously with SAPS, making sure that they also get the best, because we pay for these services that they offer to small businesses. We pay on behalf of the small businesses ourselves as CETFA, as an organization, so that then they can get their products certified and tested. We need to inject capital into it, and it's one of those projects or initiatives that are very costly. And then on local market readiness intervention businesses that we supported, we're able then to also overachieve on that target with 556 businesses that we're able to support there. Chairperson, in finalizing this program, we also had the export readiness as part of our access to market interventions, which we also exceeded the target, sitting at 377% of the target by Q1. And then those that were linked directly with access to markets with local enterprises at a target of 22, and we achieved 24, sitting at 109%, because we start preparing these businesses so that they meet all the requirements. Then after that, we then link them to the markets. And again, then the jobs that we created in the post-investment stage through different interventions were at a target of 600. We achieved 578, achieving 96%, again, missing that by 4%. And the number of jobs then sustained within the post-investment stage through our interventions. We had a target of 1,100 for the quarter. We achieved 1,488, again, achieving the target. So from program 2, there were some programs that we not only missed by small margins, which we could have achieved, and we've since made correction into them. Chairperson, and I get into then the program 3, which is the financial support or lending part. I spoke about it, Chairperson, also when I was dealing with the issue of the summaries, and under our development fund 3.1, with a target of 198 million for the quarter, we're able to do 140.9 million, achieving 71% of that target. But that is on approvals. But on the disbursements that we've done together with our partners, we had a target of 158.4 million. We're able to achieve 615.7 million, making sure that we then disperse and get the funding into the economy. I won't repeat that. I covered that at length when I was doing the summary, but this is the emphasis that we have to make sure that the money gets to the small businesses that deserve to get this funding all across women-owned rural businesses and Black-owned businesses. And then also on the development fund, we're also able to meet the number of small enterprises that were targeted to finance. With a target of 18,900, we achieved 25.6, which is 136% of the target. And also then on approvals under 3.4, approvals for the commercial fund with a target of 66 million. We then were able to achieve $91.5 million up, which is 138% of the target, and they were able to meet even the approval targets. And on the disbursements, again, to the small, in the commercial fund that we have, we also overachieved that target at 166% of the target. And then the number of small businesses, because of the ticket size in this area, we're not then able to achieve the number of businesses because the loan sizes were bigger than anticipated on average point of view. We continued then to achieve on credit guarantees that were taken up. This is the area of emphasis. And that is it's an area of emphasis because this is the program that we need to prioritize and make sure that we're able to provide security for our small businesses to go and borrow money from the different institutions, as we have this with the different commercial banks already, enabling small businesses then to be funded at the back of the guarantees that we provide to the banks. And we also have some challenge in terms of the taken up, but we are resolving that challenge because we're working with the National Treasury on the Section 66 approval to make sure that the taken ups are done, and we are able then, to support these small businesses. It's a small glitch that we've been working on with National Treasury so that we can then lend more into this space. We continue to deal with the issues of systems. As we said, we have a plan, we have systems journey to get us through measuring our turnaround times correctly. As I've always mentioned that the systems implementation is a project that takes a bit of time, but we are on track in implementing those systems. It's not an overnight issue, but we are confident that we'll have proper systems that will enable us to do work quicker and achieve and improve on the number of days that it takes us to support small businesses. And on the job created, then financially, we're able to achieve 19,899 jobs again in us shooting the lights out at 175% improvement. And we will then continue to improve on the jobs sustained from financially supported businesses. And also, as I said, there is still an issue with the National Treasury as far as guarantees, which has not allowed us to do more taken ups to issue more guarantees, which we are resolving as a new entity because we had a mandate as CIFA, but we need to then get that signed off as a mandate for the new entity. Chairperson, this explains the issues that I've explained. I won't go into details, but it explains why some of these we have not been able to meet, but I've been explaining these slides as I was continuing. So on this slide, which is program 4, we're dealing mostly with the 4.3, which is the blended first rate of default. Again, I won't repeat the issue of how the impact of the economy is affecting small businesses, but we try to make sure that at least we keep that below 14.5%. The issue of the businesses that default for the first time, because we have to manage that and make sure that we do not have businesses not paying us or defaulting immediately after the loans were issued when the payments become due 6 months later or 3 months later, depending on the period that we give them. We achieved 97% of that, missing it narrowly by 0.5, by 3% in terms of the percentage. However, on accumulated impairments for the development fund book, we're able to achieve 16.11% below the 30%, while on the commercial fund, it's a bit higher at 19.25%, missing the target. Chair, the next one is more on the corporate support. I won't go into a lot of details, except to talk about the cost to income ratio. We are managing our cost to income ratio very well. We are sitting at 68%, which is a great achievement. We really are managing this. The CFO is helping us to manage our cost to income, so that as an organization we remain sustainable. And our strategy head always says we are there actually with the real organization as far, or commercial organizations rather, as far as us managing our cost to income ratio is concerned, and sitting at 132%, which is good. Then rental collections from our property portfolio, we're able to achieve that at 71%. So, Chair, the rest is just more on the systems that we're busy developing and so forth, and the change of strategy around those issues on that. And the skills development, we continue to make sure that we prioritize that as entity, as a new entity, and the issue of and then making sure that our investigations are completed. We're sitting at 94% in this quarter. Chair, that is mainly the performance. The CFO will come in. I'm not sure if she's on the call to just talk. I saw her, I thought she was having network problem because she was in and out, to just talk more on the summary of the financial statements for Q1. Through you, Chair.
Thank you so much, CE, and good morning to the Portfolio Committee and Chairperson, all the honourable members. I am here, CE. Thank you so much. Just a summary on the Q1 financial statements. We have a net asset value of 3.2 billion. So for the quarter ended 30 June, we had total assets of 8.5 billion and total liabilities of 5.3 billion, which is how we got to the net asset value of 3.2 billion. So a 2% growth there from the 31st of March 2025. If we look at the statements of comprehensive income, as the CE mentioned, we are trying to really manage the costs of the entity, but also while we are still trying to grow and undertake the different projects that we need to do in order to finalize the merger and continue with the work of SEDFA. So at the end of Q1, we had a small profit before tax of 61 million. We did have some savings on personnel expenses of 28.6 million. But that is largely attributable to the cost of living adjustments that were not yet processed in Q1. Those were processed in the second quarter and backdated to the 1st of April. So some of that cost will be caught up, but not all of it. There will still be some savings on personnel expenses, depending on how quickly we are able to fill the vacant positions in the entity. Then I think just to touch on the statements of cash flows, the group does have a positive net cash flow. The net increase in cash for the quarter was 195 million. This was supported by the strong investment income. I think I'll stop there. Thank you.
Chair, these other slides, if I may, they just talk more on governance. That the committees, the board subcommittees, the board committee meetings do take place, and that we do really uphold governance within the organization. I won't go into details in terms of even with legal. I mean, because of the nature of the business that we have, for example, we had to conclude about 747 legal agreements within this quarter in terms of our the agreements that we had to deal with and issue. We were able also to collect from some of the clients that were in court with during the quarter. I won't go much into human capital, except emphasizing on the issue of change management that we are busy undertaking as an organization, which will continue in the near future, the issues of system integrations and so forth, and really looking at other matters that talks to the issue of human capital. And then obviously there's what I was talking about in terms of hiring, getting executives, stabilizing the institution, so that then we can continue to implement that at the bottom of the pyramid and get more resources that we need. I won't get much more into the credit risk and the work that we're doing then on the digital systems and getting the systems with the new executive of digital transformation and innovation having joined us in August. There's a lot of work now that we are moving with the new exec having joined, as I said, in August. And we then have a belief that we'll be able then to get the innovation that we need and get us to the next level as an entity that has the proper systems to enable small businesses to access funding quicker. We also, Chair, just have some few cases that we wanted to bring to the committee that, we have evidence of small businesses that we've continued to support and that we have approved during the quarter across the country, as the committee also may have seen during the Free State oversight, that there is good work that is happening. But I won't say that myself. The committee would definitely make their own assessment on that. But we've got this business, a charcoal business that we've recently assisted. They are producing charcoal, and it's in African Zoo district, and just showing that we also support businesses in the rural areas. This business was supported to 235,000 on the asset assist program, but also they had other problems in terms of skills to do the work. And we then assisted them with capacity building and productivity improvement training so that they can improve their production and also enhance their capacity to run and continue to produce. And they're looking at the 16 jobs that are there in that business. Chairperson, we also have another business that called Grand Design and Laser. And this business, also we assisted them a lot. They had cash flow challenges and they also needed capacity building and business coaching. We assisted the client with financial management system training and also assisted the client with coaching in terms of the coaching, our coaching program and e-commerce website. And then also they were able to improve turnover by 60%. We also have Timeless Tomatoes, a very interesting business in Harib that we're able to also assist improving the turnover by 18%. But this is what I was engaging on in terms of the SAPS partnership and the investor partnerships that we have, including the HESEP training. We assisted this business with interventions around the bacterial count and the life shelf study. So the product was then invited to the University of Free State to test for bacteria and life shelf study. And then also, we also paid SAPS to come in and do tests on the nutritional content of the product. And also we did HESEP training and implementation. And we also assisted them with the registration of their logo with CIPC and other issues like website, marketing material, barcoding, etc., which we assist these businesses with. And over and above that, we gave them the asset assist in terms of a small tractor for them to be able to do the business. And we continue to monitor this and see the improvement. OTG, I won't go into details, but it's in the construction. We approved them for 9.1 million. VMT also was a purchase order and valued at 4.8 million or 4.9 and up. We're able to assist this business. 2 jobs were sustained. The Eden Resorts, one of the tourism equity fund businesses, we then supported this business from a funding point of view with 14.9, almost 15 million rounded up to make sure that they're able to work on this business. And for us, we are proud of some of the initiatives that really we've been able to undertake during on this tourism equity fund. Chairperson, with that, I thank you. This will end. Thank you very much. I don't know, Chair, if I could take it back to the board chair. Thank you.
Yes, you may take it back to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. I am covered. I will then hand over to you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson of SETFA.
Honorable members, we have two presentations before us. I am now going to allow the honorable members to interrogate the report, the presentation of the quarter one performance report from the department and the agency. Thank you very much. I'm checking on the hands. I see the hand of Honorable Kruka. You'll be the first one to take a bite, sir. And then I see the hand of Sarah Singh. In that order. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, colleagues and the DM.
Sorry, Chair. Please note me, the issue is still the same on raising the hands.
Thank you very much. You'll be the third person to participate. Honorable Matulelo.
Myself too.
Who is this, Carol? Is that
No.
you? Who is
It's
this?
Honorable Bilankulu, Chair.
Oh, yes. Thank you very much. I did not get the voice. Honorable Bilankulu, you'll be the fourth one. In that order, Honorable Cook. Thank you.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, and good morning, colleagues. Good morning, DM. And
Sorry,
how many
Honorable
times
Cook.
are they still going to interrupt me, Chair?
No, it's me.
Let's hear what the secretary wants to say. Sorry
And I
for
was
the
saying this,
interruption.
maybe before Honorable Kruger start, also note there's a hand from Honorable Mulotsani.
Oh, okay. With those who are raising hands, it's much better because I'm able to see them. I thought maybe there was another voice that I did not hear. No more interruption. Honorable Kruger, over to you.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, and good morning again, colleagues, and good morning again, DM. Thank you, the department and SETFA. Thank you for the presentation of the first quarter report. Of course, this is the first quarter, and there is still time to rectify most of the indicators that was not achieved. Madam Chair, allow me just to speak out about my concern about cooperatives, especially in the rural areas. I think we need to sharpen our, sharpen our concentration at cooperatives, especially, as I say, in the rural areas. They are looking up to us, and I don't think at this stage we are doing our best to help the unemployment rate in our rural areas, like your province, like my province, like the Northern Cape, like the Free State. Madam Chair, and I think we also need to get some sort of a report back about the tribunal. When is this going to happen and what is going to happen? I know there's some confusion with the ombuds as well. What is the role of the tribunal going to be? And what is the role of the ombuds going to be? If the department can just give us some feedback on that. Madam Chair, and then there's also the issue about the apex body of cooperatives. And I just want to find out if that is finalized, because there's a power struggle on top there. And I think that's part of the problem, that we don't achieve our targets on grassroots levels. Madam Chair, I want to just propose something. We note, of course, the indicators that was not achieved. But I want to propose that we add this not achievements to our tracking tool. Ask the content advisor to add this non-indicators to the tracking tool so that we can monitor it throughout the year and see how far are we and so on. Coming to SETFA, Chair, we note and we can't say a lot against SETFA because the fact that they are SEFA and SEDA on our one-stop shop, I'm sure it took a lot of energy and a lot of organization. So yes, we note there also the non-achievements, but I'm sure in the next quarter, as stated by the CEO, it will improve. Ma'am Chair, I just have a problem with the sponsorship support. There's a lot of sponsors shops that need support after the whole debacle of permits and so much. And they need some money to pick up their stock again onto levels where they can make a living. And it seems like we're a little bit slow supporting that. And saying that, there's one spaza shop in Emalahleni where the owner went to the municipality to take, to apply for a permit, and it cost him 2,500 rand. So I can't see how can we go to that extent. I mean, most of those spaza shops turnover per month is 2,500. So it's 1 month's turnover just for a permit. And as I say, they need assistance. Then there's also a case that concerned me in the Western Cape, where it's a solid business. It's not a spaza shop. It's a business, and SETFA, the official came and visited them. They were very excited about SETFA. Was very excited about his business plan and everything. And the official was supposed to visit him Friday again to finalize the way forward. And they just canceled the meeting for some reason. And sometimes, when this happened, and we saw the turnover time of SETFA, it's quite, I think it's at this stage 50 days. And when official cancel appointments, like in this case, sometimes the businesses are genuine disappointed in that. So we just need some track record of how the officials on the ground are behaving and are genuinely and really are there for the benefit of small businesses. And then the last question, Madam Chair, if we can just get feedback again about the Tourism Equity Fund. I think it's a disaster and we need to solve that. And I would like to hear the way forward on that. If our minister must intervene, then so be it. But we need to have a discussion, a broader discussion on the Tourism Equity Fund. Thank you, Chair, and that is my story.
Thank you very much for your story, Honorable Kruger. Honorable Sarah.
Morning, Chair. Thank you for this opportunity and greetings to the Deputy Minister and all members and officials on the platform. Chair, I'm going to start with the department first. I think it was slide 11, where they say they paid 100% of valid creditors within 30 days. Chair, even if this comes in writing, I would like to find out. I see a lot of departments are talking about having paid 30 days, within 30 days, and that's valid creditors. So I would just like to know how much of invoices were longer than 30 days outstanding at the year end, but were actually subsequently paid. Because we've also found, I know at municipal level, they actually don't process, in a lot of instances, valid invoices, and so they don't regard it as being outstanding at the end of the year. So I would just like to ask the question in that context. And I see that the department supported 10 municipalities with the adoption of the e-registration system. So I'd like to find out, please, what exactly is the scope of this e-registration system, and which are those 10 municipalities, and are these systems fully functional in those municipalities? Also, they talk about 36 MSMEs were exposed to global markets. I would like to know what is the actual impact in terms of what is the current status of these MSMEs that were helped. Are they exporting? Are they sustainable now? Because I remember on one of our first oversight visits of this committee, we met a young lady who had been taken to Germany, if I'm not mistaken, or London, and gone on quite a few trips, but she just could not export anything on her own. The business was really in survival mode. So I just want to know what the impact of this is. They say that there was a project plan developed on small business development portfolio, digital transformation. I would just like to know if there was any collaboration with the Department of Communication and Digital Technologies on this aspect. Then I think it was slide 16 where they talk about the Asset Assist program. Chair, now I understand the challenges that CETFA has faced, but the merger actually did take place in the last financial year. And if I'm not mistaken, this Asset Assist program works on particular window periods. Now, when businesses need assistance to, let's say, get an order and need machinery to actually execute that order, they cannot wait 3 months or 6 months or wait for a funding window to open. Now, it's also really concerning for me that disbursements will only commence in Q3. Disbursements to the effect of almost 104 million should have happened in Q1 and Q2. Nothing is actually going to be disbursed according to this report, or my reading from it, in Q1 and Q2. So I do have a problem with that, and maybe they can just clarify if this works in window periods or is it an ongoing program, because I have a serious problem when it's in window periods, because entrepreneurs can't wait for window periods when they need assistance. And then on slide 24, there's an underspending on goods and services. Please, can I actually have clarity on the reason provided for the underspending? Because I just can't seem to understand the exact reasoning, the way it is worded. And on slide 24, the audit 25, I think it was, that related to the audit findings. Chair, it is concerning that the highest number of findings is in the SCM area, because that is an area that's very high risk for fraud, tender irregularities, and the like. So it is concerning that that's where the highest number of audit findings are coming from. Then regarding CETFA, I think it was on slides 12 and 14, And I'm just going to mention 2 targets. Absolutely awesome that SEDFA smashed this out of the park and overachieved on it. But on 2.1.4, where the annual target of the number of youth-owned small enterprises supported to access funding, the annual target was 1,000, the Q1 target was 200, and they achieved 6,167. And the other one I'm just going to highlight is the number of small enterprises supported with local market readiness interventions. 330 was the annual target, 66 was the quarter target, but they've already achieved 556. Now, those are astronomical overachievements. And like I said, absolutely well done on that. But I do question what exactly was this intervention that they managed to do it, because they're talking about, for example, youth-owned small enterprises supported to access funding. I don't know how many actually got the funding and what was the outcome of that, because one would assume if those youth-owned businesses applied for those fundings, a lot of them may have been unemployed before. And if you count them as jobs created, even if they employed nobody else, our job numbers should look a bit different. Or is there a problem with the target, the initial target, and was that initial target too low? And then, Chair, this I'm going to sound like a broken record. On slide 17 that deals with jobs created and sustained, I have raised this issue on multiple occasions, and despite promises from officials that said, yes, they need to clarify, there's no proper definition of what criteria they use for jobs created and jobs sustained. And I'm now requesting, please, that they actually include the criteria on their report for that they have used in putting these figures together. I've also requested previously, which officials in meetings said that they agreed to, the number of jobs created and sustained should be included as a column on the individual programs, so we can see as a committee which programs are actually yielding the impacts that we want to. And Chair, my last comment is the Honorable Kruger touched on this. I think today the department or SEDFA, but they need to give us a clear indication of how this tourism equity fund is being operated, because I now believe that the Department of Tourism is going to allow SEDFA to continue with this, to allow them to administer this fund. So firstly, is the funding for this fund coming from the Department of Tourism? And if it is coming from the Department of Tourism, how does SEDFA actually manage this? In terms of, does it have separate staff that does this work? Or is it the existing staff that we as a department end up paying for in terms of employment costs and other costs incurred in terms of utilities, data use, telephone bills, all of that, because it must cost money to administer this fund? Or does the Department of Tourism actually pay SEDFA for some of this administration cost? Because I don't see any income, unless I've missed it, any income being shown out of administering this fund. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Singh. Honorable Matulelo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to yourself and honorable members of Parliament and the staff. Othethayo ngu-Honorable Babalwa Matulelwa, deployed by Economic Freedom Fighters in this portfolio committee and in Parliament. Chairperson, now that we are commenting on both, but I hope you are going to give us, if the department continue to duck and dive our questions, you are going to give us some time of follow-up. Chairperson, I will start by the department and ask, because my questions are going straight to the department, and number two to the SETFA and also the deputy minister, because they have to account all of them. We note the department is a quarter one report, Chairperson, which reflects stable expenditure patterns but it is persistent weaknesses in translating budgets into direct developmental outcomes for EMSMEs and the cooperatives. While the department demonstrates fiscal discipline, the evidence by 100% payment of invoices and near full executive on the transfers, Naguma service delivery impact remains shallow and poorly linked to immeasurable economic transformation. We note, Chairperson, that, and we know that it's just they are very perfect on putting down a pen and a paper reports that do not reflect the reality. Number one, I'm having a very painful sad story that I need the department to answer directly on. A 57-year-old Mr. Frank Makasela Poshoko, that resides in Gauteng, Tshwane Municipality, Region 7, at Nkangala, who started his business with 10 rand in 1998 at the age of 30 without a government assistance. A business owner of IFAS Funeral Services, I think the department will know that, because he has been applying for funding in the department since 2021 with no luck, while carrying ISITFA's application reference ENQ 093446. Despite his efforts beyond application of raising his frustrations with the department and the current minister since 2022, he has been put in that corner, and he has got no other hope in the government because of the frustrations. We want to know, when are they going to fund that particular business, because he has been proven to be a successful businessman, but when time comes for him to need assistance, when he was having some difficulties with business yakhe, what he reached out to SIFA, of which he get the applications. When I was following up, I checked that the application is with the department itself. So we need to have answers on this one as well. So again, UDG uthethe nge-restructuring of i-asset assist. Even in our last meeting here, Chairperson, you will remember, they did not answer me directly, because I've been asking that there are people who applied earlier this year. Now they are coming with the restructuring, and they taken the asset assist to the department because it was under the SETFA. Now it's under the department, and they are saying they are restructuring. The question is simple. Bazoba prioritizer na those who are in their system, who applied in the same program, asset assist. Because even if they are restructuring, we want clear answers. Whatever restructuring it may be, if ever there will be additional maybe documents that they will need from the beneficiaries, I don't think there is a difficulty. There is any difficulty on telling the current applicants that are in their system as we speak, they must add on ABCD, or else, if ever there are some of the documents that they no longer need, to just remove those documents in their system, because it was done electronically. It was not a physical application. So I don't see any need for them, when they are restructuring, to have difficulties on answering on this question because SETFA is under the same department. My key concerns, Chairperson, to their quarter one is underperformance that is masked by expenditure figures. They are very good on putting figures, and I'm not impressed the way the department and its entity how they report to us. We've been raising this for quite some time. When they're giving us figures, they are giving us gender parities and everything. What is so difficult to tell us where in the Eastern Cape? Why they are not breaking it into municipalities and areas where they've performed their duties? Because we want to know ukuthi bayenze kuphi ne-Eastern Cape okanye kuphi eKZN okanye kuphi eLimpopo. Not just tell us females or 60 or what. So that's what also frustrates me in this department as well. So the underspending of 13.8 million in goods and services, it's a signal of the failure to deliver on critical programs such as SBEDS, SETFA, and IMEDP. The spending money is not the same as transforming lives. Then what our demands is that the performance data showing how many sustainable jobs, market linkages, and active township or rural enterprises were created, not just in invoices that were paid. We want geographically clear answers with the names of the municipalities and areas, townships and rural areas. On the craft CSP and delayed MOAs. The repeated MOA delay explanations reflects poor contract management and a weak planning of this department. Therefore, we call for a detailed list of all MOAs that are delayed, implementing partners involved, and also amounts held back and corrective actions timelines. The audit findings and the governance failures, the persistence of the unresolved 2022-2023 audit findings is unacceptable. The departments must submit a written remedial matrix with responsible officials, due dates, and verification processes for closure. Accountability must include consequence management, not only tracking reports. Chairperson, we were in the Northwest, where izbaza shop zafumana 3,500 rand, and then instead of 10,500. Sifuna ukwazi apho ukuthi abantu ababenze lonto kwanzakalani ngabo. Simephi ngoku? Because we can't always come here and raise same questions without proper answers. So ndifuna ukuya straight ku-SETFA, Chairperson. Bathethile nabo ngenantsika ngo-SETFA on its quarter one performance for i-2025-26. But we know that there is a lack of straight nantsika plan yokuthi how are they putting in action, because they've been telling us on how they combining the two and the how long it's going to take for them to be a new entity that is still trying ukuthi ba establish. And Chairperson, we need a very straight answer on tourism equity fund. We raised this issue before. We are raising it again now. And we know that there is a corruption around that, and there is an element of capturing it to work for the minority groups or those previously people that were even benefiting in the tourism sector. So that is why we are so concerned about this tourism equity fund, because we want to know ukuthi ibasiza kuphi awusomabhizinisi abakhasayo under this department. What is happening exactly about it? Sithini status sayo njengoba silapha namhlanje, because we want clear details. We know that tourism and this equity fund bayithathile bayafuna ukuthi iyosebenzela abo bantu abangondlebe ezikhanya ilanga abazibona abavele bebenefitile even during i-apartheid. So we want to know it. We've been answering it, we've been questioning it, and the answers are not given clearly even today. So we want to know that as well. So as per the report of 67,610 MSMEs supported, in lack of clarity and depth, there is no clear breakdown showing how many township, rural, youth and women-owned businesses have been financially empowered as opposed to merely supported. Because sithe sifuna amagama womasipala, because as public representatives we have got our own constituencies. We also, as we are serving in the national parliament, we have got no limits ekuyeni kuwo wonke ama-provinces and check effect yale nto abasinika yona. That's why it is very important ukuthi sifumane ukuthi where exactly this is. The transformation must be visible and measurable at grassroots level, not presented as inflated outreach numbers. Secondly, the underspending of 58 million and unfilled vacancies signal weak institutional capacity and poor leadership. Underspending in a face of mass unemployment and collapsing small enterprises is unacceptable, Chairperson. Okwesithathu, while several funding programs are highlighted there is a limited evidence of post-investment investment monitoring, no indication of how many businesses survived, created jobs, or grew sustainably. Post-funding support must be central to SEDFA's strategy. So furthermore, SEDFA continues to operate in silos with weak coordination across municipalities, provinces, and other state entities. The NICE framework remains allegedly theoretical, and this undermines the agency's development role. Lastly, Chairperson, the reported financial surplus of 61 million cannot be celebrated when small businesses remain excluded from access of finance and real economic participation. Development finance must prioritize transformation and impact on profit management. So we are not going to only give you we have got clear recommendations that we want to table under the department and the SEDFA. And our simple question with the Deputy Minister is that, Deputy Minister, since a department now only oversees SEDFA, why do we still need a separate department for just one entity? Would it make more sense and save money to move SEDFA and the Ombudsman's office under the DTIC with similar entities? Otherwise, ndibuza lo mbuzo, ndiwubuza ungumbuzo buciko, because we maintain as the economic freedom fighters that this department should go back to trade industry and competition where it belongs, because currently we're back and forth and there are no results. It's only reports as on paper and the pen. So my recommendations with the department is an immediate acceleration of the IMADP payments through a transparent claim system integrated with SEDFA, and to prevent separate underspending. Review of transfer management to ensure early MOA finalization and continuous monitoring. Avoid Q4 rush expenditure. Number 3, audit remediation task team with quarterly reporting to the committee. Number 4, integrated data dashboard linking SMME support funding and marked outcomes policy accessible to improve oversight. Focus on township and rural industrialization, moving beyond training workshops to actually find funding and market access interventions. On CIFA, we recommend that fill all critical vacancies and address underspending urgently. Provide a detailed impact analysis of MSMEs support focusing on rural, township, youth, and human enterprises and those who live with disability. Implement a robust post-investment monitoring framework to measure sustainable and job creation. Improve coordination with local and provincial structures to decentralize service delivery. Strengthen governance and leadership accountability. Ensure delivery aligns with development priorities, Chairperson. So this Q1 performance shows stability in numbers but weakens in substance. We call for a stronger accountability, visibility outcomes, and a radical redirection of department programs towards real economic liberation for our people. Chairperson, we maintain that small business development is not a public relations exercise. It is a key instrument for industrialization and economic emancipation. SEDFA must return to its founding vision and deliver tangible transformative impact on the ground. Thank you very much, Chairperson and honorable members.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bilankul.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning to the DM, the DG, and her entourage, honorable members, and everyone else in the platform. Chair, firstly, I would like to welcome the report presented by the department and CIFA for Q1. To the department, can the department provide a detailed explanation of the specific measures, the policies, and human resource strategies that have contributed to maintaining female representation within the senior management services above the national 50% benchmark, recording an achievement of 53.3 during the reporting period? Furthermore, how does the department plan to sustain and enhance this level of gender parity in future recruitment and succession planning processes, particularly considering the recent staff movement, which included the termination of 2 male and 1 female SMS members and the appointment of 2 males and 1 female during the same period? Was this a coincidence, or there is a strategy by the department that time and again when one left, if it's a male, that male is going to be represented by a male? Or if there is a strategy that you are using, I think it can also assist even to the other department, if you can share that with us. Given the underperformance of 1.6 million in the compensation of employees budget due to appointment of warm bodies beyond the approved establishment, can the department explain what internal control measures and budget planning measures are in place to prevent such deviation, and how it intends to ensure stricter alignment of personnel expenditure with approved budget allocation going forward? Chairperson, under CIFA, I think I've got 2, if not 3 questions.
Which strategies and support mechanism were provided through the Quality and Standard Program that enabled the 8 supported business to sustain 41 existing jobs and create 57 new employment opportunities? There is this MOU between SITFA and SABS. Is there a timelines in place on the finalization of that MOA? Lastly, Chair, what measures is the department implementing to accelerate support and ensuring that the number of MSEs is finalized as well as associated job target to improve in the coming quarters given the current funding style or pipelines? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vilankulu. Honorable Matsulo.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, DM, DG, honorable members, the officials from SETFA, as well as the department, as well as the officials from the parliament. Let me appreciate the report that has been presented by the department as well as SETFA chairperson. Chairperson, I think my first questions will be to the department. I just want to check, can the department provide the program that has exposed the 36 MSMEs enterprise to the international market opportunities during the review period? As well as can the department explain how this exposure is expected to improve market access? Also the participation in the international trade. Chair, that would be my first question. And then my second question, Chairperson, can the department provide clarity on the strategies implemented to achieve the 0.3% reduction in the vacancy rate during the reporting period? And explain the factors influencing the limited impact of the appointments made, of which only 5 contributed to the reduction. And how does the department plan to address the effects of the 23 terminations and the absence of promotions on staff morale, and the overall goal of maintaining a stable and adequately staffed workforce? And then my other questions will go to SETFA, Chair. My other question will go to SETFA. I just want to know what factors continue to hinder the efficiency of the legal recovery process, which contributed to the department not achieving 85% overall collection rate targets towards the quarter. What specific challenges did the department encounter in obtaining the required documentation from clients within the priority sector, and which measures the department is putting in place to address these delays and streamline the verification or compliance process to ensure that support targets are achieved in Q2? My last question, Chairperson, what progress has been made in implementing the quality management system interventions recommended for the 37 micro, medium, and medium enterprise identified during this review period, particularly in relation to project initiation, capacity building support, and compliance with required quality standards? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Matsulo. Honorable Carol.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members and the departments in the meeting. Mine is a quick one, Chairperson. I just want to make a comment on the department. The department have 62 vacancies currently, and as it stands in the country, the unemployment rate is sitting for youth, for young people, is sitting at 3.5 million. Why is the department not designing a youth internship program to at least fill the positions? Because I don't see us meeting that commitment of 5 million jobs in 5 years. We've so far only managed to create 20,477 jobs. And I'm not putting it all on small business, but we keep sending money back for unfilled positions. 28 million, that would have 28.6 million, that would have landed in the youth, would have supported the youth of this country. So that's my first point. And also, I want to also mention with SEFTFA to say the 77 million that is not spent, the underspending, it's a missed opportunity. It's a wasted opportunity, actually. 77 million, it's a wasted opportunity. We are not mobilizing enough. We are not mobilizing enough in the rural areas. We are not mobilizing enough in the townships. We are relying too much on the third parties. And I think we need to up our capacity a little bit, fill unfilled positions so that we are able to reach the people who need the money, who needs to be assisted more. That is my final input is the 147 days turnaround time. SETFA can do more. It's unacceptable. You can do better. Thank you, Chairperson. That is my only input.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Sapo.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to you. And honorable members in the meeting. Just two things, Chair, for me. I think what I wanted to raise regarding the support provided to 10 municipalities was raised better by Honorable C. I will wait for the response to that. I want just to say this to the DG. I think whoever that is responsible for developing and supporting cooperatives at some point must be held accountable. There is no way that both the department and the entity can underperform in this area for almost 4 consecutive quarters. In fact, it has been underperforming in this area. I honestly don't understand even the reason for a variance provided by SETFA. For me, that is not a valid reason. This particular area has been neglected, and whoever that is responsible must be held accountable at some point and must pull his or her socks. DG, I think that we must give a responsibility to you to ensure that at least there is something that is being done about cooperative. It's a sad situation. we can take it light, as if other form of business are way better than the cooperatives. We can take it light. It's a sad situation. The second thing, Chair, I think I agree with Honorable Kruger to say we must have, I don't know whose phone is that. We must include all these non-achievements to our tracking tool, because I find it seems as if it's easy to say to take everything to Q2. We know we'll come back here on Q2 and there will be reasons for non-performance again, but at some point we must be able to track them and see if the reasons that are given to us today are valid or not, and then Q2 will actually confirm if they were valid or not. It was just an excuse. I think it's yes, we understand that the entity is new, but we will understand to a certain point. Non-performance is not good, and an excuse that the entity is new, it won't be an excuse forever. At some point, it must pick up, because we have been understanding board chair, and I think the sooner you fast track the appointment of the permanent CEO, maybe will stabilize some of the things, or perhaps we will see if the performance will pick up or not. But just to know, when are you finalizing that, so that when we're understanding that you are new and there's no stability as yet. I saw sometime a few weeks ago that you appointed the other two executives. I think the CEO is the only one that is pending. When are you finalizing that? The last thing, Chair, is the second last is on program 2 in the entity. Whatever that is the CEO is too good to be true. You know, the number of youth-owned small businesses supported to access funding, that is too good to be true. Actually, the entire program, that performance is too good to be true. And maybe perhaps you can prove that to us by giving us a detailed report of those numbers that were given there. I think as much as we want performance, we don't want something that is too good to be true. Really, and some of the things that were raised by Honorable Kruger, by Honorable Singh, I think, regarding the numbers in that particular program, really it is a matter of concern, unless you can give us a report to prove that. The last thing, Chair, is the information that I requested in the past. I think it was a meeting before the one of last week. I requested, Chair, the amount that the entity has written off in the past 5 years, and further requested the list of the companies that were written off. Up until today, I haven't received that. You know, Chair, this is very normal, both in the department and the entity at DG. Maybe in the next meeting, both the department and the entity will not present in this portfolio committee until they give us our responses. I am still waiting for that, Chair, and I even requested them to bring it in writing in the next 7 days. Perhaps now we are going to 21 days without receiving that particular report. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sapo. The Honorable Webster.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning. And we want to thank the colleagues for the presentations that have taken place. I think my colleagues have covered quite some ground, but I do just want to underscore and emphasize some of what's been raised, and actually maybe speak a little bit directly to it. We have a consistent issue in this department of reported activity that doesn't translate to evidence of real economic change. And this you're very aware of if you are engaging with SMMEs on a regular basis. I mean, specifically in these presentations, there's reports of 80 products as an example. I want to make examples of these 80 products linked to domestic markets, 36 MSMEs exposed globally, 528 informal businesses supported through IMEDP, 10 municipalities supported with e-registration. But you're not able to then say how many, as a direct result of that, where's the evidence of jobs created or sustained? Where's the evidence of revenue growth of those MSMEs? When you talk about 36 MSMEs exposed globally, where are the export contracts concluded? Are there any? Or are we just exposing people globally? People just go on trips, they come back, and we can tick that they went on trips. How are we reporting on survival rates after that support? When we talk about municipalities supported, what was the outcome of that? Has this then meant that licensing is more accessible to SMMEs? Has it resulted in the scale of growth for township SMMEs, as an example? What has it meant for informal businesses that you supported, whatever supported means also, those 10 municipalities? So that really is an issue. The second is there's a counting of engagements and stakeholder meetings and concept notes approved. I mean, we can't count consultations and meetings as performance indicators. We just really need to change how we are reporting and how we're framing the work we're doing. It's actually a broad governmental thing, but some departments are worse than others, and this really has got to be one of the worst on this. We count consultations and meetings as performance indicators instead of actual economic outcomes. The SMEs funded, jobs created, firms that are exporting. We're not counting that. We're not even applying, as a third point, the thinking and posture of return on investment, where you can spend 755 million in Q1, but you then can't speak to the return on that investment. We can't speak to, how many long-term contracts have resulted, have been a result of MSMEs that you linked to markets. You talk about informal businesses that you supported, and I use that supported in inverted commas because as a committee, we have consistently spoken to the issue of reporting on businesses supported without specifics. How many of those businesses actually transitioned into the formal economy? How many of them grew in revenue? We don't know that. And so it's just a continuation of a way of getting away with reporting on activity and using that activity as performance indicators. Those are not performance indicators, that is activity. I think ultimately at the end, this is the one question that I would like the department to answer. This one question from everything I've said, because I know sometimes you don't get all the questions answered, but answer this one. And I'd actually like, this is really a political question and would not necessarily be just the DG, but also the Deputy Minister. If this department would dissolve tomorrow, what is the one piece of evidence you have that the South African economy, that jobs would suffer as a direct result of your absence? Where's the evidence of that? The evidence of that can only be that we actually created so many jobs in this quarter. Therefore, if we closed, you would lose those jobs. If you're able to answer that, I would really appreciate it. That's all on my side, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. I believe the department and the agency are writing each and every question from the honorable member, because what we want is the responses. And I'm sure Honorable Webster, they will respond on your question and other questions, of course. Honorable Malemacha, over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The DG, I have seen the Deputy Ministers here. Thank you very much for your presence. Honorable members, South Africa at large. Chair, let me start by making disclaimer that one of the National Development Plan strategies to ensure that we grow the economy. And I want to congratulate all the state entities who have done different this year. It's on record that unlike sometimes where they will be required to be bailed out, you remember the bailing out of state entities, which was not necessarily assisting with anything. I'm very happy to be part and parcel of such statistics. If in fact CITFA is one of those that can inject millions in the economy, I think that alone, you are living your purpose. And that must be built on, because by injecting to the economy, you are adding solution to what we regard as cause of high employment rate if we are not creating jobs. And a lively up economy is able to deal with those. I think that I don't want to underestimate it, and I want to tell you that it's one of the targets that all of us we must contribute towards it. It's a lot of cash as opposed to what other entities in some years would have been doing by now, applying for bailout. The other aspect, if one doesn't stay on a positive lane, will not necessarily be appreciating that new as you are not losing a focus when coming to what can grow this department. Because part is to do the outreach programs where you are seen in deep rural areas. I'm talking this one where you, on your own, confess that instead of 22, you got 21. And I can safely say that 21 to me is a huge. Because if you go and train people how to become entrepreneur, and they understand that they are not going to die being small businesses, and therefore they contribute to my earlier claim that of injecting millions to the economy with an understanding that they got to sustain their businesses. It means you must master the profit. That is where we will arrive to a point of sustainable jobs. I think that aspect must not discourage you. You must build more on it. On my side, I'm saying that 21 out of 22, the missed target, if you relate it to percent, it can talk big, but in terms of the number, it is one you must go and deal with this outstanding and set more target on the training. In many cases, we have this tendency of giving the money and everything, but without knowledge, you will never run a business. The other aspect is the issue of the 71% this quarter. You see, it is sometimes very good to appreciate the 100%, then it becomes a problem if you cannot sustain it. But if the graph is going up, it is encouraging that there's no easy route. There's no easy route. Therefore, if the graph is not dipping, but is going up, I think that it says whatever comes in a form of challenge, all of us, we must be ready to say, what is it that we need to change going forward, a chair? And that does not mean I must not further ask these operational questions. But in general, I'm saying there is a light at the end of the tunnel. One is a bit impressed and has got a hope. And that can allow me to add a rider that comparing to other entities, the impact of SIDFA in this department says a lot. The recent visit in Free State, it has proven beyond reasonable doubt that should it happen that these closed doors or shut doors, many people will really suffer. In Gauteng, I can also say the same. Where you did not do well, indeed you have to adjust. But that as an opening remark also goes to the department itself, that from what Comrade Sapo in a form of honorable on this platform, let's fast track the issue of finalizing the appointment of the CEO for stability's sake, and further say the department, because this is work in progress. Once you get 100%, why do you still exist? So to be at the 90s in this quarter, it shows intention of going to 100 come end of the year. And we are really touched and happy with that. And we are saying continue doing that. But however, the following questions will really need to be clarified, Sidfa. Let me start with you so that I don't make mistake. How do the nature of this business funded through the commercial fund contribute to the slower conversion of funding into job creation? I think it's very clear, that one. What measures is the department implementing to accelerate support and ensure that the number of MSMEs financed as well as associate job creation targets improve in the coming quarter given the current funding pipeline? You will get exactly what I was saying. Impact have been poor demanded condition and the outstanding approval from the National Treasurer from the Cola Credit Guarantee Program had on the number of small enterprises funded through the guarantee programs, including both, you will recall, Chair, the PFIs and the suppliers. Then what measures is in the department to ensure that they mitigate these challenges and ensure the job creation, as I said, in terms of stability and achieving the target, where we will be dealing with this, healing the high employment rate in the youth sector? You see, Chair, department, you have planned to leverage the current pipeline of small enterprises presented to various credit committees in Q2 to improve the numbers of jobs sustained through both direct financial support and credit guarantees. And what measures are in place to ensure that this approval translates into measurable and sustainable employment outcome? You see, SIDFA, that is purely yours. And through you, Chair, let me talk to the department just on two questions. Of key is this issue of the finalization of MOEs. And that alone, if you checked, Chair, it has impact on the 3.3 million. Can the department give a thorough explanation of the internal procedures and approval bottleneck that caused these delays? Specify who is responsible for this prompt completion of such agreement and describe particularly corrective action and monitoring system being put in place to guarantee program delivery and fully expenditure in upcoming reporting periods, so that we are able to mitigate if we are not satisfied with your explanation. Because if we don't do that, alone it becomes a problem, Honorable Chair. But all in all, I'm saying the department is heading on the right direction. It's just when I conclude, Chair, we give assets to the beneficiary. After a short space of time, they complain about the quality of the assets. And that calls upon the SAPs. And the department clarified their relationship with the SAPs in terms of dealing with the quality of these assets, so that at the end we cannot give a mobile kitchen which is not authorized after inspected and passed the test of SAPs. Therefore, when it is not doing well, it becomes our baby. And Chair, I think I'm very clear to them. They understand what I'm talking about. With those, thank you so much, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Malemacha. I am quite sure that the department will listen to what we are raising today, and they will make sure that next time when they come and do the presentation of the second quarter, at least it will be a good music to our ears. I'm saying this because on the area of underachievement, we always hear the target that they targeted for expenditure, for them to expend, but to spend. But at the end of the day, you find that when you go to the clarification of variance, the department will talk about millions or SETFA. I'm not taking any one of them out. Then we are not even told about the challenges that causes them not to have this type of a variance. I mean, 1 million is too much. Honorable Matulela touched on it. So I'm sure we will get the responses of what is the challenge and how can they then, at the end of the day, resolve these challenges. So in the first quarter, 8 products and services created by micro, small, and medium enterprise were successfully connected to buyers or markets within South Africa. We have an example of retail stores, wholesalers, government product, or larger companies. Now, the department had originally targeted 75 such linkages for the quarter. In the presentation, I've heard that they managed to achieve 80, means they have exceeded a target of 5%, if ever I did understand this well. So I'll get a clarity on this one. So if ever they manage to achieve this, then it's like they have exceeded their target, of which we will then give the department a round of applause on that one. So now I want to know how well are the 80 small businesses doing now that they have been linked to markets. We went to Bloemfontein, and there was one other spaza shop that was not working, though, and overall, if I can put it in percent of 99% were satisfactory that the people were funded and they are working. So I want to know how these businesses are doing, and how is the relationship between the small business and the retailer. Question number 2 on this one. What is the total value of this market linkages in rand terms? And how is the department checking if they are really helping small businesses grow and to create jobs? I think this one will then goes hand in glove with the question that was raised by the Honorable Webster. I'll wait for a response. And the department supported 528 informal businesses through the IMET program. above the target of 520. I think we need to applaud the department. They've done their best here. Now the question is, how were these business chosen, and how do we make sure the selection is fair? It goes to the question that was raised by Honorable Matulela, that we will need the department to come to the committee with full information, whereby if they are saying they've managed to have this as a fair process, then we will be able to get what happened in Limpopo, in Eastern Cape, in Gauteng, and so on, in the whole of the province. And then this will then be able to indicate to us that the selection was indeed fair. Another question is that which office or team is monitoring the actual impact of the AMET program on small businesses, and how is this being measured? The third one, how many survive beyond 1 or 2 years after being supported? Because some of them, because of lack of monitoring, at the end of the day, you find that now the business has been closed because of some challenges that the business people encounter without any help from those who were supposed to monitor the projects. SETFA. Let's talk about the litigation center on slide 29. Explain the root causes of these challenges better. And again, SETFA, on the same slide, there are 747 legal agreements drafted. 66 of these are unique agreements. Help the committee to understand what are these unique agreements and what do we mean when we say they are unique. I want a clarity on this one. DG and the Deputy Minister and the Chair of SETFA, we will never be quiet as the committee when it comes to the issue of vacancies. I want to know, or maybe even if since we were in this committee, we saw that the acting CEO continued to act. I want to know how long has SETFA been run by an acting CEO? Are they not tired of this position? We have just heard the CFO of SETFA saying that something depends on how quickly we fill vacant posts. I heard it correctly. What is happening there? What is being done to fill the key vacant positions? We can expect this post to be permanently filled, maybe by the next meeting, whereby we'll be meeting with the department and SETFA. I don't know what is the problem. What is the problem? What is it that is preventing this position to be filled permanently? The acting CEO, sometimes we will even forget that he's acting, because even when he's doing the presentation, as a person, I don't see any problem. But the problem is he is acting. DG, can we be happy maybe next meeting, on our next meeting, which is Wednesday, to hear that we will never ever talk about this type of a position whereby the CEO will forever act in this position? I think this will do us good as the committee. I believe the department was noting, and if you will be able to cover all the questions and the comments, maybe we won't have a second bite. But the honorable members will be having their pens ticking on all the questions that they raised. If ever the question was not responded to, I'll see by a show of hands whereby the honorable members will then be asking the department to respond to those questions. I want to close this issue of complaining that we always raise the questions and we don't get the responses. over to the department and thereafter SITFA. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and members, DM. There were a lot of questions that were asked. I will try as much as I can, but like I said, I'm with the colleagues, the DTGs, who are going to also assist in areas where we would or we might have left. Chairperson, so to note that DTG Delwa is not in the meeting, and we have an acting DDG, Mohoto, but the other DDGs are here with me. So I will start with the answering of the questions. On the issue of the tribunal, the chairperson that was asked, the department at the last meeting, I reported that they were to do a business case for the start of this, and then do the necessary processes for it to be established, which is a process that the department must undertake on the tribunal, so that we can come back and report on something concrete. Chairperson, on the Apex body, this was already registered at the CIPC. It met all the requirements, and it was also confirmed by Mr. Lawrence, and also that chairperson. But I must just report that there are a lot of fightings, and these fightings, they don't look like they are going to end now. But I note that in one of the meetings, the colleagues reported that Sanako is actually looking at trying to bring everybody together. So this particular matter, I know that that is the reason sometimes it does create problems in the area of the cooperatives. But I know at the end, when I'm done, like I always do, as the DDG, if they need to add something. The Tourism Equity Fund, I know that the CEO and the chair are going to respond unless there is an issue affecting the department directly, then we will be able to take it. Honorable Singh, CEO, will respond on the issue of the payment of the creditors, the issue of the 30 days. But I must say that in the issue, because I always, when I present, highlight the issue of valid, because I know that sometimes when people submit, or the MSMEs, you find that there is a problem with the banking details. There is a lot, and the person is then expecting to be paid immediately. So those are some of the issues that I think I need to bring to the fore. But CFO will touch on the number of invoices that were longer than 30 days and then subsequently paid. In terms of the there is another issue on the e-registration. The issue, and then what is the scope of that e-registration? On the e-registration, the scope of e-registration system, it includes the intervention to digitize and also streamline your municipal registration processes for business and services, ensuring interoperability, compliance, and improve efficiency across government platforms. And the list of the municipalities, I actually mentioned them when I was presenting, but I just maybe touched on two. And I know Honorable Singh said, which are those municipalities? It is David Kraper Local Municipality, Mtanjeni Local Municipality, Kamahara Local Municipality, Hantam, John Tawolo, Karieberg Local Municipality, Pixley Kaseme, Siatemba Local Municipality, Ntansabane Local Municipality, and also the last one, the 10 for Q1, is ZF Mtau district municipalities. But again, to note that the department, we did not have the budget to provide that support to municipalities. So this type of intervention that we are doing on the registration is multifaceted support, which is coordinated by our department, by SITA, SITA, CIPC, SALGA, the presidency, and also DPSA, to ensure municipalities can adopt the e-registration effectively and sustainable through business processes, mapping, start and also as best practice to deploy this digital solution. So what it encompasses, what is it about? It's about capacity building initiative, such as your quarterly workshop, training on business processes mapping, and peer learning forums to strengthen skills and promote best practices. So infrastructure and also readiness assessment address ICT capabilities, technical preparedness, and also budgetary requirements, while also identifying and closing the skills gap. So these measures, they create a very strong foundation for these municipalities to also transition to digital systems confidently. But again, I must say that on e-registration, because it's something, it's the future of us, is that beyond this technical readiness, we also give we support the framework that includes strategic change management to build agency, foster coalition, and empower staff through clear role definition, and also monitoring and reporting mechanism. And then we also track progress through quarterly submissions, like I have already said. So all this together, this intervention, we create what we call a holistic approach that addresses both operational and strategic dimension of the e-registration system. And we are continuing. When we get to Q2, we will then be able to also report accordingly. As to whether Honorable Singh on the digital transformation, did we involve DCDT? The answer is no, not yet, but we have our own document that as a department we have produced, and our aim is that once all the internal processes are finalized, we'll definitely work with DCDT. We have already started working with them on other areas that are of interest in their areas. And then also on the asset assist, why the delay? The delay was caused really by the issue of the redesigning of the program, like I have presented. It delayed it because as we were redesigning, we are now coming back with a redesigned type of program. That is the delay that has actually caused this, because rightfully it was done at SETFA, now it's done in the department. And while the program was being implemented, all the shortcomings and the lesson learned we needed to then cover accordingly. Again, you also spoke of the issue of the audit finding and the SCM, which CFO will then cover. But for my side is to say that the issue of the training in terms of the SCM colleagues is something that is ongoing, and to ensure that this type of issues are seriously dealt with, even if some of these issues are caused by in the department, not necessarily by SCM, but by the department itself, so that SCM can be quick to then identify those issues and deal with them accordingly. On the Tourism Equity Fund, again, you asked about it, Honorable Singh and Honorable Kruger, which I think as CEO and Chair will then respond to. Honorable Matulelwa made an example of Mr. Frank Poshoko of Gauteng, and I think CE will be in a position maybe to respond to that if he does have an answer to that. And again, the restructuring, Honorable Matulelwa, of the asset assist, and there was a question from yourself as to what will happen to those who have applied. My response to that is that now, because it's being restructured, when you restructure, there will be new requirements, there will be new things. Maybe some requirements will be taken out and some requirements will be brought in. Now it's a new program, which means the people who applied previously must apply again, because it's totally different. It's like advertising a position now of a CEO, and then you relook at it in terms of the job functions. When you re-advertise, then it means people must reapply, because they depending on the requirements, how they have been structured. But again, I'm sure the DDG will also come there. Where in the Eastern Cape has work been done? I have said on the slide, I think it's slide number 13, if I'm not mistaken, to say in the Eastern Cape it was Mthatha. Then I also mentioned the other one and also the one in the Western Cape. But this type of information, we have it because it's long. If I say 68, if I say 80 and start counting them, it might take time, but it's information that we are willing to provide. But again, Honorable Matule, what I'm noting from that question is that when we come back and make a presentation, we must, underneath, when we say KZN, we must be specific as to where in KZN, in terms of the geographically clear answer, like Honorable Machulele, you have put it. And on the audit, Honorable Machulele, we have what you call an integrated action plan. After the auditors have audited us and there are issues where we didn't do right, we have that particular plan that is monitored, is presented at EXCO, so that we can see that we are closing on those issues. And where there are issues where people are found wanting, we have done so, people in terms of consequence management, but we do have that type of information available. And all your recommendations that you have made, they have been noted and they're going to be taken into consideration. On the issue of the Honorable Bilankulu, on the detailed explanation on how we managed to keep females, I must say that the department, since inception, we had a lot of females in the department, whether by design or default, but we always attract females. But maybe I think because it's a caring department, so people see the motherly love that we give, and females maybe want to work with us on a lighter note. But yes, we do have. But another thing that assists us is that in terms of the recruitment, the EE plan, we make sure that every time there is an interview, we make sure that we give the panel members the EE stats so that they can be able to check and track that what type of person we are looking for. So it does assist us a lot. And on the internal control to prevent deviation, we do have a budget committee in the department where the spending is strictly monitored. Even as we speak, CFO is busy with that particular process of making sure that the issue of funding and spending on project is aligned, so that where we see that we are not going to spend on A, we are able to move. So DDGs are coming up with those type of plans. So that is what we are already coming with. And it does touch on your question, Honorable Belankulu, of the compensation of employees. We do have what you call a recruitment plan that we try by all means to follow. But again, with the people leaving, like with one of the slides I presented, that we were able to attract 18 people, but 23 left. So you can see that that particular 18 didn't even close that particular gap. But because we do have a policy, a retention policy, which I think if applied to the T, we will be able to keep colleagues from deciding to leave us. There is a question on the MSMEs that have been supported. I do have the list of the 36, but it's too long, but safe to say that, and what is it that has happened? This is from Honorable Mama Tsulu. And that as an organization, we had what you call your London Tech Week, and 15 companies participated in the London Tech in England. That was from 9 to 13 June under the theme of Global Tech Ecosystem, intersect with investment, innovation, and talent. And also there was an opportunity for them to engage with your tech giants from 90 countries. And there was also the one from the EU Africa MSME 2025 Joburg, 19 to 21 June, which was the third EU African SME Summit Joburg Stock Exchange, which created opportunities for local MSMEs to market access opportunities in Africa. And again, there we took 22 MSMEs. And again, the department, in terms of the impact of us taking those people, the department uses mentorship to track the success of MSMEs exposed to this market. So we also have what you call your pre and post mentorship. Is the most critical as it tracks potential deals to export. So all the MSMEs that participate in international shows receive 6 months aftercare support to monitor and track leads they received while attending international missions. This aftercare support also facilitates coaching and mentorship support to these beneficiaries, and also putting in place the BDS support, which might have hindered possible deals. It takes at least 5 to 6 months to provide a comprehensive report or feedback on the benefits of a mission or the return on investment. You don't see it immediately. So the mentorship for Q1 is still underway of the 36 that I spoke about. And again, in future, we'll be able to report on the real impact that we can see. So after this intervention, as a department, we also monitor performance on a quarterly basis. And again, safe to say that this exposure for this MSMEs, it drives the profit growth by accessing new customers, enable economies of scale through increased production, and also mitigate the risk by diversifying sales across the markets. Additionally to this exposure to international markets can also lead to innovation and higher quality product as MSMEs learn from global and regional competition and standards. I must say that as an example of what has happened in the past, like I have said, we've got 36 that we are currently busy with monitoring, mentorship, and all the 6 months I spoke about. But again, in the past, there are those that we have exposed. So I will mention about 3 and say the global cuisine, which deals with frozen snacks, they participated in the Food Dubai mission, and through the post mentorship it has now been listed in the Lulus in Qatar. This was through the work of this department. There is another one called the Parochial PTY from Cape Town, a woman-owned business in hospitality, is now exporting in Taiwan. They are also exporting in Cameroon. They are also exporting in Mozambique and Botswana. And there is another one, the last one, which is Happy Earth People, which is a health food company who specialize in legume-based food made from chickpeas. Their products are now available nationwide through leading retailers and wellness outlets. This company, they received ideas from New Zealand, and this was as a result of the post-mentorship after Mauritius and the introduction to the Indian Ocean export. So these are just, I'm just naming just a few of all those that have been supported and what is it that they are doing. And we should be able to come back that of the 36, you might find that 50% of those we are able to talk to. On the issue of Honorable Mafahane on the 62 vacancies, I've spoken to the issue of the vacancies, but again, the question was mostly on what, there's a lot of unemployment. Why are we not doing? Currently, we've appointed about, I think, 19 interns in the department. We do appoint interns in the department, which if there is a vacancy, some of them, we end up taking them. But again, we will continue to make sure that we do follow the process and make sure that we lower our vacancy rate. Honorable Sapo on the developing and supporting of the cooperatives by the department, that is noted, and I'll personally make sure that I pay attention to this particular area. There is a unit responsible for the issue of the cooperatives, but again, even the cooperatives themselves at a high level, like I've said, to put their house in order, because the fightings are really, you really don't know. The department today is a call from these groupings and that groupings and that groupings, which is something that I think we need to pay attention to. But again, we can provide statistics. I know that it might not be enough of the work that has been done around the cooperatives and what the results are. The report that Honorable Sapo is asking for, I'm sure SETFA will respond to that particular report. Honorable Webster, on our activities that don't translate to real economic change. I have said previously that the planning moving forward, we were looking at the issue of the impact. And again, this will assist us that next time when we report, we need to report and say, this is the work that has been done. When we say 8, we say 36. We should be in a position to say how many jobs created or what has happened, how has it changed lives. So we will do that because we're following the template of reporting of what has been achieved. But I think it's something that is doable to say our activities, how do they translate to real economic change. Again, I've touched on the issue of the 80 products and the 36 MSMEs that have been exposed. It also will touch on the direct results of the jobs created and also the issue of the revenue growth. I've answered you, Honorable Webster, on the expos contract concluded. I've just given about 3 or 4 examples of what has happened, but we are able to provide that information of those that we started from scratch and now they are actually thriving. Because of how we are expected to report, that's how we report on the template of EPME in terms of consultations and meetings that we are having. But the point is noted that we can't come here to report about those type of meetings. We are able to give the information of MSMEs funded and also jobs created. I think also CEO provided that type of information, but we can still expand on that particular aspect and also deal with the issue of the return of investment of the 755 million that is spent in Q1. That question of I will end with it of where if the department will be dissolved tomorrow, how will South Africa suffer? I will deal with it last. Honorable Manager, we note for the issues raised and we shall improve accordingly. That mainly from the department side, your question was how do we ensure support is improved? The support is improved. One, the issue of the budget is always an issue. There is a lot expected from this department that we need to do with the little budget that we have. So we end up sitting and thinking that maybe we need to do A and not do B, and we are able to take from this pot to fill in on that pot, but there is a lot of work that is needed. When we talk IMDP alone, I mean, we talk big numbers. When we talk asset assist, when we talk BISP, the infrastructure, it's big. There's an expectation, but the issue of the budget that we have is really too little for the work that is expected from us. And then on the finalization that you raised of the MOAs, what causes the delay? There is a committee in the department that is established that deals with the issue of the MOAs. That particular committee looks at all the MOAs and the value add. A lot of people are sending MOAs to us or MOUs, but we are done with that stage of just taking everything that this one has identified that this is the work that they want to do for us, or this is what they want to partner us. Because some of them come as if they are just coming, but it's money that they need. And for us to also put some money into those things. But what we do, we are looking at MOAs that will add value in the work of the department. What is it that we are doing? We are dictating the terms in terms of what we want and get a solution that will help us. Because if we just take everything, it will look like we don't know what we are doing. So there is such a committee that is looking into that. They scrutinize and they look at our APP vis-a-vis the help that the person wants to, or whoever wants to partner with us, and we move forward. So that's how we are dealing with that. In terms of the issue of the quality to beneficiaries and our relationship with the SABS, it's something that we will take forward, Honorable Manager, to say the type, because again, as a department, we are not the ones that are buying, but we appoint people to buy. But if there are this type of complaint, I will, myself and the DGG concerned and EXCO, we will definitely look into this particular important matter that is being raised. Honorable Defale Chairperson, your questions, I think I've somehow answered them in terms of how are these type of businesses that you are exposing, the 80, the 36, I've answered, and I've tried also to give few examples of what has happened in the past, noting that it takes up to 6 months to do the mentoring up until they are ready to sign those type of contracts. Chairperson, with your permission, let me ask the DDGs to add if I've left something, because the aim is not to leave any question. We try to write all of them attended. I'll start with acting DDG Mohoto to add. DDG Mohoto.
Thank you very much, Kate, and
Ntate Mohodo, we cannot hear you, so you will be number last. Please find a proper space where you'll be able to respond. DDG Danzi.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning to the members of the board. Covered most of the questions, but there's one question which I would also like to respond to. Members had asked on the 18 MSMEs who have been exposed, their products exposed. But I must indicate that during that quarter 1 financially, indeed, we had introduced 80 products and services by MSMEs to domestic market, which also had exceeded our quarterly target of 75. But also this achievement forms part of the department's market linkages program, which is implemented under the MSME focused localization policy, which the department has a framework on. It also, what the framework seeks to do, it promotes the participation of small enterprises into domestic supply chain. So therefore, it's the introduction and where we facilitate through strategic partners with major retail chains such as Cashbuild and Clicks. And in essence, that is where we have been able to expose in the first quarter those 80 MSMEs which were exposed with Cashbuild and Clicks. About 50 products were exposed with Cashbuild, and about 30, which makes the total of 80. And then the total number of the MSMEs that were supported is relatively about 10, and the product amounts to 80. But also this relates to an over above 157 individuals whom are benefiting as part of this exposure. And mostly it has been on female and youth ownership across 5 provinces, which includes Gauteng, Limpopo, KZN, Mpumalanga. And I think as DG has indicated, we do have this type of data with us, and we will provide as well, and also including Eastern Cape. But however, members, it is important to also note that, however, whilst the department successfully facilitates these introductions and exposure, eventually the listing and onboarding of MSMEs remains at the discretion of their respective retailers. But we do keep monitoring them, and we do, of course, have success stories on the exposures that have taken place. As I'm saying, currently in quarter 1, we had engagement with Cashbuild and Clicks where we had successfully onboarded the MSMEs. Thanks, Digi. That's all.
Thank you so much. Through you, Chair, DDG Danzi. DDG Daile. Daile. Okay. Maybe this Daile is represented by Dr. Ramutumo. Ramutumo, any area from your side?
Thank you so much, DG and honorable members. I think you've covered so well an issue relating to e-registration. You responded it so well, I guess. That's all from my side. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. DDG Mohoto.
I hope you can hear me now.
Please go ahead.
Yes, teacher. I know I was you have things.
Okay, we're still having a problem, Chairperson, but I've covered the issues of his area. So I think maybe let's have the CFO.
With your permission, Chairperson, thank you, DG. DG, you have mainly covered most of the issues. I will just talk to the issues around the invoices that members Singh asked for, on how many invoices that are more than 30 days at the end of the financial year that were not processed. In terms of the valid invoices that we had, at the 31st of March, we had 12 invoices through you, Chair, that were 340,000 that were received between the 27th and the 31st of March, and they were processed in March. And not because we had no funding, as members would have noted, we had resources, and they still had to go through verification and processing, and they were still within the 30 days member seeing. And there was an issue that DG also responded to that was raised around the 1.6 million in terms of control measures. I think DG has adequately responded to that, in that we do monitor spending, in fact, on a monthly basis as the Office of the CFO, and for projects that are running slow, we actually do engage project managers to understand where the blockages are and how we can assist. The issue that maybe committee members might need to note is that when we do plan from a cash flow perspective, the cash flow estimates are submitted to National Treasury on the 28th of February before the beginning of the financial year, which by default also then places departments in a precarious situation, in that you are planning that these are the amounts that you will disburse per month, which doesn't necessarily translate to one-on-one match in terms of how you have planned and how events unfold. Yes, we do have an opportunity to revise the cash flow projections, but members would recall that for the first quarter, it took a while for our budgets to be approved through the parliamentary processes. And in fact, even quarter two's parliamentary processes also affected our cash flow projections revisions, in that the AE&E processes started much earlier than anticipated. So yes, whilst we strive to make sure that we disburse in line with the projections, it doesn't always pan out that way. The question that was asked about seeking clarity around SBET as well as the IMET, Member Singh also asked for better clarity. So maybe if I can rephrase, is that the exports exposure through you, Chair, is that we advance money to SETFA. In this, and as we advance that money, it doesn't sit in our books as an expenditure. It is actually, it sits in our balance sheet as in the suspense account as a receivable. And we only recognize the expenditure as and when SETFA has gone, brought back the vouchers, and we account them in the form of the expenditure in the income statement, and we clear the suspense account. With the informal micro enterprises, the program that we implement as the department, what happened here is that we had projected to have spent 10 million. And by the end of the quarter, the claims or the payments that we had made were less than the anticipated amount. We had spent 3.9 million, and the variance led to the underperformance. I hope it then does clarify through you, Chairperson, the clarity that Member Singh required. I'm not sure if there is any other issue. I think on the issue that was raised by Member Matulelwa around the persistent, the non-addressing of the 22-23 finding that relates to the filling of posts as well as publicizing of departmental programs. I want to believe DG adequately responded to it, in that we do have a recruitment plan. But over and above that, members would recall that our department's establishment was, organizational structure was approved in 2024, September fully. And we only beginning to fully implement the filling of the vacant posts, even though we are also facing the challenges that once you have your within department promotions, it doesn't help you with reducing the numbers. So we are still tracking the filling of vacancies, and in line with the targets placed in the strategy, we're hoping to really reduce the numbers such that we deal with this finding at the end of the day. And I think that the publicizing of departmental programs was well spoken to by the DG when she presented what our performance in terms of stakeholder engagements that we have as a department and SETFA as our entity. DJ, I am really hoping I've covered all the issues that were raised by committee members.
Thank you very much, CFO. I know that DM will also come right at the end after SETFA, but I think from where I stand, if this department were to be dissolved, one of the issues that I see is the MSMEs suffering because this department was created so that all issues pertaining to MSMEs must be under one roof. It will mean that they will be all over and there won't be any coordinated effort that is assisting. So I think that particular area will be affected, if I can answer like that, because the reason for it to be elevated where it is, it was because we needed to have all the issues pertaining to the small businesses happening, and it will affect the issue, one of the issues that I think the marginalization of the township and rural economy, because we are now focusing in all those directions. So if it's Department A is dealing with it, and Department B and Department C, and because DTIC per se is looking at big business type of, so the issues of MSMEs might suffer in that result, because departments can just deal with it as a by the way, instead of actual focusing on growing the MSMEs. But I know DM will give maybe a much more answer than this. From our side, the department, we've answered. I think I'm handing back over to you, Chair, for the Chair of SETFA and the CEO. Thanks.
Thank you very much, DJ. Did I miss you when you were telling us when is the position of the acting CEO is going to be filled? I did not hear that one.
Thank you, Chairperson. The appointment of the CEO is with the board. I think Chair will answer that, but safe to say that at least there is some movement. It was advertised. I'm not too sure of their timeframes, but the Chairperson will note that. Thank you. Chairperson, I don't know whether I was clear. I said we are done from the department. Through you, Chair, I was handing over to the Chair and the CEO of SETFA.
Okay, all right. Thank you, ma. Chair of SETFA.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thanks to the DG. Chair, as usual, I'm going to just take with the ones that are pertaining to the work of the board and the operational ones. With your permission, Madam Chair, I'll request the CE to expand and come in on those ones. If I will hint and then he expand on an operational level. I think I'm starting with Honorable Kruger. There's one issue around the spaza shop, which is something that the SETFA board has been looking at in moving the funds that we have, and we have sent an application for spaza shop owners to apply, and we've moved the needle there. CE will then maybe expand in terms of how far we've gone. But the issue that is we have experienced is the pipeline that we've received. A minimal percentage qualifies from a permits point of view, and the bulk of the applicants are still having outstanding matters with the municipalities as far as permits are concerned, which is something that we flagged, but the ones that were were compliant as per the requirements of the fund. Those have been sorted, and we still have this batch then that still needs to be assisted. And I think to your point, Honorable Kruger, of the costs involved in those permits, because that's something that some of the spaza shop owners that are complaining about. And it's a strategic thing that has to be dealt with all the relevant parties in this matter, because it's not something that SETFA can solve on its own. We have the applications, and then we can't move at the speed that we want to move because of those compliance challenges. And the colleagues are working on it. CE will expand on what is the agency doing with the other structures, the meetings that are taking place to mitigate the situation. But CE will then give expand on that one. And then on the other questions that were raised by Honorable Singh, CE will come in with the audit findings and the explanation around the jobs. But I will then take on the question that you raised about the Tourism Equity Fund and the role played by the SETFA. How does it work? So in the mandate of SETFA, we have a role of that we play within the public sector, in most cases of being a fund of fund, meaning that we have a mandate to host funds of other departments or co-create funds with other agencies. Our strategy and our founding legislation and the mandate at its entirety of the entity allows us to do that. How do we do that from a strategic point of view? We do that because we want to leverage off the other funds available in other structures within the public sector. Like the Tourism Equity Fund is a blended finance instrument. The Department of Tourism puts in the money which plays or cover the grant portion. We then put in the loan component from our SETFA balance sheet, which then makes it a blended instrument, but also it invites other DFIs and other private sector financial institutions to also partake, because of some ticket sizes are above the SETFA limit, which is 15 million per transaction. So that's the role that is played by SETFA. We then charge a management fee, just like any fund manager. If you manage money, there's a fee that is involved in that activity. That is something that we are doing. And then when it comes to how the structure looks like, we then get a steering committee. The CE will expand then on the nitty-gritties on how that then works from an operational point of view. But on a strategy level, fund of fund, charge fund a fee for managing the funds, and we also put in our skin on the game in most transactions that require debt, and then we then have a way then on how does the approval in our respective governance structures as per our delegation of authority, how does that then look like? See, we'll expand on that. And then on Honorable Matulelo's question, I'm not neglecting the TEF on the other ops. CE will provide information in terms of the state of the fund and the conversation behind the scenes in terms of what have we done as an agency thus far, and the conversations with the department, and then CE will then take the committee through that part. I was just painting a picture of the strategic move of SETFA. Why do we do that? And then on the one that Honorable Matulele, you've raised, I think for me, my takeaway, which I'd like to confirm from your submission to us, I note the dissatisfaction around the performance, which is something that the board is taking very seriously. Like I said, in terms of moving the needle and implementing some of those structures, which moved us from these numbers to the 71 that you will be witnessing when we present the next quarter. One thing that you've raised that is very important, and I'm taking away, are the recommendations. I'm taking that with a very, 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 very a strong comment that it's something that we really need to look at, even at board level from an oversight perspective. When you are saying a detailed impact analysis is important. So it's something that I've noted. And then the coordination then of the ecosystem. One of the founding legislation is clear about the role of SETFA. One of the clauses in that law, it's SETFA being the coordinator of the ecosystem. So legally, we are the custodian of creating that coordination in the ecosystem. The law is saying that. So the board of SETFA has taken that very seriously. It's part of our strategy. Hence, there's a unit within our agency in the new structure that focuses on that to make sure that we coordinate the ecosystem. We are visible. We look into all spheres of government. Of course, again, there's a department from a government to government conversation, agency to agency conversations. Those lines must never be blurred in terms of who does what, how, and when, which is something that we're working on internally as a portfolio. The relationship between government to government, they are better positioned when it's a department and this department, and then it's the agency and this agency, or maybe our department then task us as an implementing agency to be part of that three-way relationship. We've done it before. So that's how we are working. It's something that we take it seriously at board. I can put that. I can commit on that one for sure. And of course the part that you were talking about, I think we were talking about the evidence on post-investment. It's part of our strategy as well. And the CEO and the incoming chief investment officer will have to work on that because it's prioritized. One of the key deliverables as the board is to make sure that the loan book under the SETFA banner performs better than the loan book that we've inherited from the entity that is dissolved. That is our mandate and our priority, which then means our ways of doing things must then change. It can't be business as usual. So post-investment, incorporating it at pre-investment so that we walk the journey. I think at some point it was Honorable Webster who said, paint the journey of an MSME. And we took that very seriously in a sense that that journey must be painted from beginning to end. And post-investment is part of that journey, and it's a priority to us. And I think the turnaround times, we noted them, Honorable Mafagane, and of course, CE will respond on the 77 million underspending. And then, Chair, your question on the spaza shop, I did highlight the issue, and then the part that is operational will be dealt with the CE, and then the unique agreement, CE, please come on those, note those ones as well. And then on the there was a question from Honorable Sapo around when are we finalizing the appointment. I think it also came from you, Chair, about finalizing the appointment of the CEO. As DJ tried to explain that it is the mandate of the board to appoint the CEO in our MOU in consultation and concurrence with the executive authority. And that appointment is approved by the cabinet once the board's journey is done. I can safely say, Chairperson, on our side, the panel that is sitting on the interview has been announced, and we're ready, and we are moving in terms of those structures. We're planning on concluding what is within our control by the end of November. That is the entire process, because there's consultations in the process as required by the MOI. So that then what is within the control of the SETFA board.
Through you, Chair, I think we lost the chairperson of SETFA. In the interest of time, I think maybe through you, Chair, again, the CE can touch on the other areas. CE, through you, Chair.
Thank you.
Mbata.
Yes, I am here. Apologies, I was struggling to unmute. I can proceed with some of the questions. I think the chair will conclude when she is back.
Okay.
I will start with the issue of TAF, Honorable Chair and members. The Tourism Equity Fund, as we from ourselves, we call it the TAF. We, from the employees side, okay, maybe from an agreement point of view, so that I can just flow properly. We agreed with the Department of Tourism that we will charge a fee for managing the fund, and that fee was a 5% fee. We had not received any fee at the time when the agreement was stopped. That was in the beginning of Feb, or was paused rather. That was in the beginning of Feb. We had not received any fees, but that was the agreement that would manage it. So it was 30 million over a period of 3 years. As a result, then we're able to allocate employees, and if there is a need to hire, then that becomes a temporary basis, but we're able to allocate employees within the entity, so that then we can be able to execute the fund. That's what we did last year. And there are committees that are responsible for approving. So the team then does the due diligence dedicated to the fund. And then there are committees that are responsible, which is the ex-co-credit committee that approves up to 15 million. And then the board credit investment committee approves then anything above that. And that's how then we deal with the issue of the TAF. Indeed, Honorable Singh, there is that issue that we are now discussing. So we haven't been approving any tourism equity fund since February or late January, but there is that matter that they are saying we must discuss at this point in time. So we should then be able to engage, and probably will give better feedback on the current discussions now next week. The committee did ask for the report on the closet report. We have now since then remitted that. The department will be sending the closet report to the committee on the Tourism Equity Fund, which is a report that we had submitted to the Department of Tourism then, as part of our closet report when they asked us for it. So that is that, but there are developments that we will definitely be then disclosing to the committee, which may see us proceeding, but we'll discuss. It's not finalized as yet. But we were given the leeway to continue paying out those applications that we had approved, so we didn't stop. So we have been continuing with paying out the ones that we had committed at that point in time. So which then meant that at least from a commitments point of view, we didn't just cut off everything, but we're not approving new ones during this period. That's on the TAF. I wanted to just touch base on the issue of the achievements, and I would like to say that to the committee in terms of the youth-owned businesses, the number there, it does include the businesses that we've assisted. Actually, more than 80% of the number includes businesses that we have given funding to from a youth point of view, and the balance then talks to businesses that we've assisted with business plans, that we've trained also, to be ready, to get funding or to run businesses. So that's what that number refers to. Are we looking at, as we prioritize youth, are we looking at revising the number from a target point of view, given our intentions now to prioritize, to make sure that the youth targets are met? this is our first year of implementing the APP, and we've had a strategy in terms of ExCo going to board. We are looking at relooking even at the deliverables and how they are phased. I mean, we're tracking 48 deliverables, and how do we consolidate? Though actually for the year, I think it's 58. And we're looking at how do we consolidate those so that they also become even much more shorter but more meaningful, so that everything then contributes into those deliverables. So that's one thing that we're looking at, that we looked at last week as ExCo, taking it to the board from consolidating some of the deliverables, so that when we come to report, then it becomes more impactful. We don't report on a long list. So as this is our first year, we are really looking into it. I think that is combined with the question that was saying, how long will SETFA be a new organization? I think we've said this year up until end of March for us to establish, for us to put everything in place to ensure integration. Other things will follow. Systems take time, but that will follow. But we are in that establishment phase. It may be said, and it's correct, that we started 1st of October. But when we started, the entity didn't have the strategy, even the APP. So we had to develop that from scratch. We had to develop the structure. From October, we had then to start developing profiles of the ExCo members. We then advertised in March. We are recruiting, hence we are here today in terms of the recruitment, at least at the top. So there's work that has been done. There's the three entities were combined, but to get them efficiently to run from a strategy, from a structure, top structure, bottom structure, we're now at the integration phase where we're integrating employees and integrating units. And I mean, that results into even higher scope of work for some of the employees as we integrate, because people can't continue to do the same. So it is an integration a year, while at the same time, we're not ignoring our duty to deliver to the small businesses. How we manage and deal with that internally to ensure that we still perform is what we manage on a daily basis while we're running and fixing this. So we've given ourselves this financial year, and I'm sure that by the first quarter of next year, we would not be saying this is a new entity. But if the members understand, that's where we started from a structure from a strategy to the structure, and now we're at the employee migration and filling in some of the positions. We're advertising some of the positions for business advisors, investment officers that are well experienced to help us then when we come here next year. We reduce complaints, we reduce turnaround times, because we need to hire experienced deal makers and business advisors going forward. So those are the things that we are busy fixing as we move. Yes, we're moving with some of the employees that we had, but they were never sufficient because we lost some of the employees, but it had to start from the top so that we then are able to have a well-oiled machine. So that is where we are, and that's the only time up until end of the financial year March where we'll be saying we are a new entity. And indeed we are, and given what we had to establish and get through, because we had the act that was allowing us to merge, and we had to put then these entities together. On the issue of the asset assist, indeed the program is opened in terms of we have a period where we open and we close, but it doesn't mean then that in between the period, Chairperson and members, we then stop paying. We continue to disperse to those that have been approved, but we can't report it twice, so as we continue to disperse. So we didn't ignore the ones that we approved. We continue, I can say that for about 193.7 million of the ones that were approved has been spent to date, with just few outstanding on the asset assist, with 28 million of purchase orders still out, waiting to be fulfilled by the suppliers. So that doesn't stop, but the department will be taking over the program and run it going forward as responded. I think I've responded on that issue, and I mean, we do get then the numbers that we submit audited. We can also provide a list of those businesses to the committee should it be required. but will not come and report numbers that do not exist. Honorable Sapo, I would like to really apologize for the issue that you raised. According to me, I wrote 14 days that you said we must submit within 14 days. And my understanding is that we're on day 10 of that. If excluding weekend, including weekend 14. So we were working on the data based on what I heard from the meeting. And if that was not the right number of days that you gave us, I really would like to sincerely apologize. But the team was instructed from my side to work on the 14 days that I had noted from my side, not the 7 days. And that is where maybe the hiccup is, but we are not in any way defying the committee. So we really worked. I really wrote down 14 days when you were speaking, Honorable Sapo. We just to move quickly. I think there is next week a committee. We've received input that will be dealing with the issue of the spaza shops, and probably it is then the right meeting to would engage further with the committee so that one doesn't take off. I think the chair has put a high level, which I believe is sufficient, but I think the program of next week also requires us to report on that matter. The issue of, I think I've dealt with the TEF. We note the issue of the provincial split. I think I would not repeat what has been answered. I would go straight to the issue of the SAPS. The MOU was signed in the at the end of the first quarter. We were then able to implement some of these measures, as we'll report properly in quarter 2 to show that we've been able to meet those targets and they were done under that. There is an issue with the illegal recoveries. There's an issue that was raised in terms of how long that take. One thing for sure, for certain, is that we rely mostly on courts and the court dates. Once you take the client to court, you rely on court and court dates for you to be able to get to the end of those transactions. So sometimes that drags, sometimes it takes months, sometimes, if the matter sits and is postponed, and a year later, you still have not finalized the matter as far as legal recoveries. That is why we're saying, yes, we struggle because the matters really go to court. Sometimes you get to a point where there's settlement and it's early, and then that is settled. But normally the matters to get court dates, and they just really take quite a long, would depend on court for those matters. And we are then on those that are illegal, right, in contact, and we're able to collect on those. But at the same time, if it's illegal, we try not to move quickly. We try to give the client still space to try and get to an agreement of how the business can be reworked, even though it's sitting under legal. So there are those engagements that take place. I think we spoke on the issue of what we're doing around the issue of systems as well. The department, the DG, touched on the issue of the cooperatives. I think we note, and we would definitely look into that. As I said, it's similar to the asset assist from our side. It doesn't mean that when we've closed the program, we then do not do payments until the next window. We do have payments that we are processing, so that when we open the next window, we do not, like for example, the last program of the cooperative development support program that opened and closed, we adjudicated, we then started making the payments. I think there's just a few things that we're finalizing so that we can open the new window and start. So, but as we pay, it's an issue of, if you report and say you've done 20, but then as we pay is not a report all the time that is being produced as we pay. But when it's done, we do report to the committee on those matters. But we will then continue to monitor it very closely and ensure that we deliver. The next call will then come up, and we'll then make sure that we are able to deliver on that with speed, because what we've done is that we've centralized, we've looked at the problems that we've experienced in the past when the calls are issued, and then we've got the CBTA team that has come in as part of consultation this financial year. So we look at how that team is also utilized in assisting to make sure that the co-ops program runs smoothly as the next call is going to be issued. I think I also, I won't touch much on other matters, but the issue of, I think DG touched a lot and responded to Honorable Webster on most of the issues. There is a time lapse or time lag when we are dealing with RFIs, retail financial intermediaries, and the funding that we issue, because that's not a normal loan. We are dealing with someone who is a funder, who is going to then fund to small businesses. And that due diligence then takes longer than a normal. And that contributes quite a lot into the number of days that it takes, because we want to make sure that everything is in place in the entity that we give money to from a wholesale lending point of view. And that does affect the numbers, because from a compliance point of view, that DD on its own takes probably a week, and we move accordingly. So to get that transaction all the way to the approval structures may take for wholesale lending part, because it takes probably about 3 months on the wholesale lending part, because we don't want to give entities money and tomorrow they are no longer operating and they've taken all those millions, because those businesses involves quite a lot of money, 30 million, 40 million, it depends. So, but on the direct lending side, that's where we just need to have a lot of improvements with the system to make sure that at least individual clients who apply get their monies even much more quicker. I'm not sure if I've missed anything, DG. I think I've touched on the issues of the numbers, the youth assisted. I think we've been advised, Honorable Singh, that in the next sitting, our report must have the definitions. We'll definitely put the definitions. And make sure that everything is clarified and approaches to the committee. Thank you.
Chairperson, the chairperson of SEDFA is back online. I don't know, maybe she can close.
Mema Kandla, we lost Uma.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and I do apologize to the honorable members in the committee. I don't know, it just dropped off, and I tried to come back, but I was accepted, and the CE was already on the floor. I didn't want to disturb when I joined, but I hope, Chair, on my end, I had already covered everybody when I asked Secretariat. It looks like I had covered everything, because I think I got cut from when I was explaining our role as the board in terms of concluding the appointment of the CEO. I think I got lost there. And when I was here, I saw CE coming in and covering all the operational matters as I had requested him to. So on our side, Chair, I think we've covered everybody, unless then there is something that we've missed from a question from the honorable members, which we will be happy to cover, to respond to me. Thank you. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for the responses, starting with the DG Memanzini to our acting CEO,
Tatembacha, thank you very much. I don't see a hand here. Secretary, take us back to the agenda of the day.
Apologies, Chair, I think you forgot DM.
Oh, yeah, it's now 1:25. I think we need to eat and take the main boosters. DM, my apology, ma. Over to you.
No problem, Chairperson, and thank you very much indeed for the opportunity. Chairperson and honorable members, allow me to express our sincere appreciation for the time and attention evidence given during today's engagement. As a department and our agency SETFA, we value this platform as a critical space for accountability, collaboration, and continuous improvement. Honorable members and Honorable Chair, your insights and recommendations help us to refine our focus and strengthen the impact of our work, particularly in ensuring that our programs reach entrepreneurs, cooperatives, and small enterprises in every corner of our country. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, we leave this meeting mindful of the responsibility that rests on our shoulders to deliver on our commitments with agency excellence. We remain committed to transparent reports, effective implementation, and closely with this team as we move through the financial year. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, the Portfolio Committee oversight. It's an oversight and accountability forum where you, as the Portfolio Committee, examine the departmental performance, budgets, and policy implementation, and ensure that our actions align with laws and Parliament's objectives. And of course, this is not a platform for political debates, unlike sittings of the National Assembly. And I appreciate Honorable Webster's honesty when making a political statement, which requires a debate. And I'm sure, Chairperson, on this platform, if I start to host a political debate, you will call me to order. So as someone that has sat on the other side for 24 years, I appreciate the members' view and I welcome the debate, should it come at some point that we enter the arena to debate that matter. I would appreciate that. Thank you once again, Chairperson and honorable members, for your consistent support, active engagement. Together, we need a more inclusive and vibrant small business sector that truly drives South Africa's growth and job creation. Thank you, DG and all DDGs and our chairperson of SETFA and our acting CEO for the reports, the outlining that you did today in detail. We really appreciate that. And we will continue to improve on our reporting as members continue to support, bring constructive feedback on the table. Welcome that with both hands. We will improve on our delivery to reach every South African in every corner of our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, our DG. Indeed, when we are in this meeting, you are the Deputy Minister of all members of the Portfolio Committee who are taking part in this discussion or attending the meeting. And I would want to also say thank you very much for the commitment that you are assuring the committee with, that you and the department will be able to improve on where or areas wherever you see there's a need for improvement. I think we really want to appreciate that. Thank you very much, the department. We are now on our last item, the item that deals with closing remarks and closure. My closing
Sorry, Chair.
remarks. Yes.
I did put in the chat box, Chairperson, andiyazi noba mhlawumbi uDeputy Minister intoni mhlambe angasixelela uba intoni imvale uba aphendule imibuzo ebuzwe direct kuye, because ngoku wenza i-closing remarks and uyayibaleka imibuzo esiyibuzileyo, so ndirhalela ukwazi phaa kuye before uvale okanye mhlawumbi angakwazi uba aphendule because kunemibuzo direct kuye.
Okay, Honorable Babalo, remind the Deputy Minister on the question, because I really did indicate earlier on when we were we were dealing with the questions, when I was giving them the time to respond, I said the honorable members will be having their pens ticking whatever was not touched on. So if ever there's something that was not touched on, please remind them.
Nkosi Chair, number one, Deputy Minister, even in the last, she didn't give us a view yakhe towards i-cannabis farming and also nokubotshwa kwabantu aba-operator kwi-cannabis farming. Number two, today andimbuzile into yoba since i-department now is only oversees i-SEDFA, why do we still need a separate department for just one entity? Would it make more sense and save money to move SEDFA and the Ombudsman's office under the DTIC with similar entities? And also ndathetha ngendaba ye-duplication ye-department le esikuyo and also u-IDC, because the DTIC also seems to be in their report. They are saying they are giving us same duties that the Department of Small Business is reporting on, and this is a duplication. And also, so we wanted to check, because number one, i-department ayibonisa ukuthi it is able to claim whatever duties that belongs to them in all other departments, including u-DTIC. So if ever mhlambe u-Deputy Minister akafollow up, ndifuna jonga page 7 oka-IDC ka-2024-2025 annual report, abheke futhi all their report with regards to what I'm talking about in terms of e-duplication. And also, Chair, why ndimele le nto yoba ndibe nee-questions ezi-direct ku-minister? Njeba ndibuza i-department, ndibuze i-entity, bese ndibuza u-deputy minister. Noba ke engasezi uminister apha, kodwa xa simbuzile, yena ke is senior than u-deputy minister, uyayiphendula direct imibuzo esibuza kuye. We are expecting the same attitude with the deputy minister. So we don't want to
remember follow up is only 2 minutes, honorable member.
Okay, let me wrap up, Chair. No, to say that the deputy minister is not only here to give opening remarks and closing remarks. She must account the same way that the minister is accounting or any other executive accounts. So I need questions that they have posed to her directly to be answered. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Deputy Minister, do you have anything to say? Deputy Minister Sitole.
Injalo ke DA. Yenza kanje, bafuna ukuzenza ngathi
Wait, honorable member, wait. Remember there's a problem of network here, and we are checking if ever the honorable deputy minister is being able to hear us. Honorable deputy minister.
It's not deputy minister, it's the DG.
Okay, ma'am.
Yes, I just saw DM is not here. I saw her coming back, flashing, and also going out. I suspect it's the network, because I saw her.
It has been happening even with the chair of SEDFA, Memakanda. It happened with her. So, Mesitole, are you in the meeting? Yeah, no, there's a problem of network. Anyhow, honorable, our DG, is there anything that you can say with regard to what the honorable Matulelo is raising?
Honorable Chair, my apologies.
Thank you very much.
The minister here. We just finished our cabinet and I caught the last part of the questions. I do hear that the DM is struggling with network as the person who's leading the delegation.
Let me step in to respond, because the questions that are asked are not a responsibility of the Director General or are not administrative questions. Firstly, just on the matter that the Honorable raises, that the Minister is, as she's always not here. For the last time, Chair, I thought we were going to explain, but I know if you're explaining it. The Honorable Member must know that the Minister is a member of Cabinet. And by law, the Minister is supposed to be in all Cabinet meetings. That's why an apology is sent. That's why even with her leaders, in terms of the committees of Parliament, they are aware that ministers will be in Cabinet when it is Cabinet days. And indeed, deputy ministers will come and lead the departments. So I'm just responding to close it today, because I've been explaining that, but there's nothing I can do if the member wants to stay on that note of wanting to project me as a person who can run away from a portfolio committee. I do not have any reason. That's why I never shy away from questions that are being asked by honorable members. Now, coming to the questions that the DM will come and add, as she's the one that is leading. The issue of creating or establishing or disestablishing departments by law that the members of Parliament pass is the responsibility of the President. I think it is unfair for any person who makes the law to then want to ask a deputy minister to say, why is this department not closed? Because the member feels that the department is not doing anything, even though the member has sat here repeatedly receiving reports on the work that is being done by the department and the targets that have been met by the department. Well, again, because these are politics, I understand people can play politics. There's nothing you can do to shift them away. But just on basic things for members of Parliament who make the law, that they must understand the law and not ask us questions that are beyond our capability. We wouldn't want to have a department if the president has not established a department. We wouldn't want a department if the entrepreneurs of this country had not, as they did, made a call to government to say there's the need for a separate department for small business development. And that was not politicians. I don't expect politicians to understand the crisis that is being faced by entrepreneurs when they are ignorant of the work and the challenges. The department, as we know, never existed. It is turning 11 this year. It turned 11 this year. The department was created, if the honorable member does not know that, was created because the business forums of this country under NAFCOC, as they made an assessment of the economic standing and the contribution by entrepreneurs in this country, made a call to government. And the listening government then said, indeed, as we observe that we have not paid much attention to the business of promoting small businesses, establish the department that is here. Now, if a member feels like this department is useless, the member has a right to use the leader of the party he belongs to engage, or the leader of the caucus he belongs to engage, and then that goes to the president, the appointing authority. Otherwise, I will not have my deputy minister, neither my department, having departmental officials having to respond to things that are beyond ourselves. I felt like I must come in to remind members of the law, the constitution in this country, what it says. We don't create departments. So we cannot say this entity must go. We cannot also undermine what has been the request of the small businesses of this country. As I said, this department came into being because of a call made by entrepreneurs, not even politicians, not tenderpreneurs, entrepreneurs that see the need for them to receive the support that they receive. Whilst I'm appreciative of the challenges that we face in terms of the budget allocation that is minimal, because that's one of the things that people will feel, but at least I expect those that preside over the work that is being done by the department, that oversee, practically they know how much is the budget. For them to be able to say, you spend 1 billion, but you don't say what you have done, if they don't see it. Not to pretend as if there's nothing that the department does that will be politicking, but because government in a portfolio committee, so I'll play both as the executive authority to deal with those politics that seem to undermine every effort that our officials, our stakeholders do to support the entrepreneurs with the little resources that we have. You are bound to find duplications in IDC and others. You will know, Honorable Member, that CIFA was a subsidiary of IDC because there was no Department of Small Business Development. Now, as part of lawmaking, what it means is that as we say we are coordinating, we are still trying to repeal certain clauses of the legislations that the members administer. To say now the Department of Small Business Development is in existence. Therefore, the functions must be coordinated, not removed. Coordinated, because that's the mandate of the department. You will find other entities, just like in the provinces and municipalities, providing support to small businesses because the law dictates so. All we do is to coordinate, because what has been missing is the coordination of those efforts so that we know that we're not duplicating the same beneficiaries or the same services whilst others are being ignored. That's why when we come back, honorable members, we've been reporting on what we're going to do every year on the budget vote. I did articulate. We'll be giving progress on some of the interventions when we come back on the right agenda, because today we're here for quarter one and we did give account for quarter one. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Believe me, we received your apology as we normally do. Unfortunately, our committee sit on the same day with that one of the cabinet. And we always receive your apology and we are noting it. And we do not even have a problem. I want to thank you for at least checking on us. Even last week, I remember you did. Knowing or understanding that we are still sitting, you always join and support us. And thank you for the response in responding to the issues that does not belong to the department, but to the Office of the President. I'm sure now, if we're not understanding, now we have an understanding of what is happening. I really want to appreciate that you really try your best by coming to this committee. The meeting is adjourned, honorable members. Go and have your lunch and take whatever you want to take before we go to the sitting of Parliament. I want to thank the department for attending, DG. You did well with your team, and the chair of SETFA. Thank you very much. The meeting is adjourned, and bye.
Recording stopped.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Hey, bye-bye, Secretary. Go and eat.
Yeah. 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 Thank you, Tichi.
Thank you, but I'm very sick.
Hey, mafana kunikeze the 5-in-1.
DG, you remember I gave you the name Olbas Oil. Did you buy it when, Amar? Please just go and buy it. At the end of the day, you'll think that is Olbas Oil that bewitched you.
No, thank you, Chair. Let me get to my next meeting is calling, but I'll call you to give me the name again because I think I am very sick.
All right, my
Don't
dear.
do you have a 5-in-1?
You can't be sick like this.
Thank you. Close the meeting, Secretary.
Sure.
Okay, I was waiting for the chair.
Okay.
To finish talking to you. Okay, bye, Chair.